Hey, what's up, Tolly? I'm doing good. How are you, man? Good morning, everybody. What are you playing? We are, so I don't know if you saw my supporting fire tactician I did this last league. I'm wanting to prepare it for patch 0.5, just because I feel like it's one of my more popular builds and it was a lot of fun, so I am doing campaign practice with that build. It is a, there's a skill from the Tactician ascendancy, specifically called supporting fire, and it's very fun. But when I played it and made a guide for it, I did it as like a third character, so I had like a bunch of really good twink gear, so I never made like a actual solo self-found guide or a league starter playthrough for it. I have done a league start playthrough on one of the private leagues, but I want to update the guide for 0.5, so this is one of the few builds that's easy to practice in solo self-found for that, so it works out. It's also like probably my favorite, one of my favorite builds of the league, probably top 3. I went the wrong way. Hey, what's up, Perkio? 0.5 is being delayed. Well, we'll have to play D4 in the meantime. There's a good chance I am trying out the D4 expansion. I talked about, if you guys didn't see the podcast yesterday with Darth Microtransaction, towards the end of it, we talked about Diablo 4, and I'm playing it, DM's playing it, Miso's playing it. I'm trying to convince Rabbit to play it. Anything that would hit me. Hold on a sec. Didn't put fragmentation round on my bar. I'm gonna die. Ooh. I risked it for that positioning. It was my first time trying that positioning. I saw that positioning in a Guy That Dies video, and I just completely fucked it up. Took way too many hits. It looks like they made a new game. I mean, I haven't played since Season 2, is what DM said yesterday. I haven't played since the Vampire League, so even without this expansion pack, it was probably a considerably new game. But yeah, with the rework, it's looking very different. So, but for me, it's already good. Like, I haven't played since Season 2, so Diablo 4 is already going to be unrecognizable for me. I'm still not 100% if I'm going to play it. Oh, I didn't transfer my stash. Interesting. I just don't know why it didn't transfer everything. Okay, we're going to make a new character and make sure everything gets transferred this time. League. Solo self-found, Fate of the Vow. Migrate all. Okay. We should be on a fresh solo self-found now. Let's do that again. Never gave Murph a go. I played him back what stat attacking was good with Herald of Ice Mace Strike, but haven't touched him since. Oh, the glory days of stat stacking Gemling. Mercenary is easily my most played ascendancy, for sure. More than likely, I'll be league starting Witch Hunter, even if Gladiator comes out or Marauder. I'll be playing like Witch Hunter with the new weapon. I love the Mercenary. I love Witch Hunter specifically. Tactician's really fun too, though. All right, let's do this again, except this time hopefully my stash is actually transferred, so we have an empty stash. How do you even scale supporting fire? There are ways. One, it's a minion, so you get minion skill levels. You can get minion skill levels on a specific unique weapon, as well as scepters and your helmet pretty easily. as well as your amulet. So minion skill levels are one of the best ways, and then it scales specifically off of strength and dexterity. If you read the skill, supporting fire says it gains damage for every, I think, 2 strength you have. It gains 1% damage, so you strength stack and dex stack with it. And then, of course, support gems help a lot, too. I didn't think that would hit me. Do you think we are getting the last few classes? Not the last few of them. I imagine we're getting one of them. But the last few of them? No, we'll probably get one. Okay, let's make sure. Okay, it's a fresh stab. Fresh count. Unfortunately, you don't get supporting fire until you get your ascendancy, so... I mean, you play grenades and crossbow for a lot of the journey in the campaign. So that never really stops. But I do think we're getting at least one. I think we're getting axes or swords for sure. I'd be willing to like guarantee we're getting axes or swords. Obviously, I'm talking completely out of my ass, so you know. I'm really bad with layouts. Like, obviously, there's a chance that, like, 1.0 drops 2 classes. I think 1.0 has the opportunity to drop, like, Shadow plus Templar. Like, there's an opportunity for that because it's 1.0, but more than one class before that is, like, you know, Giga Coat. I didn't get my extra skill gem from the camp. I ran by it someplace. There's Grellwood, but do I want to force myself to find the camp? Probably. Because it's probably right down here. It's either up there. Oh, it's up there. I think I see the checkpoint for it. I think I barely walked right past it. Yep, here it is. Damn. I should have checkpointed up here from there to there. Our biggest hope, Copium yet. 0.5 will give us an ancient chronomancer. Instead of stopping time, it speeds up time for itself. That would be sick. What's up, Blade? How you doing, bro? Good morning. Look at me actually streaming in the morning. I'm fine. Woke up not long ago. I'm sad that I missed the majority of the race, rabbit, alcohol, and miso we're doing. But they just like they're streaming at like 3 a.m. my time. I want to hang out with them more, but I only wake up when I wake up. Miso always has terrible luck. That guy doesn't know what good luck is. Oh, I didn't find the lady. Shit. She's close to the front. I need to get that support gem. Ugh, I'm a bad speed clear. Oh, am I dead? No, we're fine. The lady at the front gets a guaranteed support gem, which gets us... Here it is. Her bullshit ass little teleports. Man. She can be super tough sometimes. Alright, we got multi-shot. Multi-shot, the single most important thing when you're playing grenades, that's for sure. I'm pretty sure it's more than double your damage. I don't remember what this beacon gives, so if we run into them, we're just going to clear them. I don't remember which ones are the giga important ones or the average ones. Oh, bleeding out there. Nothing good. There's Grim Tangle. Hey, Despair, how you been? Thanks. Hope you're doing well. I've been doing good. You know, suffering through the PoE 2 off-season, but, I don't know, I've just been grinding away in the IRL game and the PoE 2 game. It's been, having the weekly podcast has made it to where I have that, like, weekly outlet to yap about PoE 2, so that makes things super fun and easy. Alright. We made it to the Red Veil. We didn't get the waypoint for the tree, though. Click all the refined arms until we get our crossbow. Oh, yeah. That sucks, man. Specialty parts are always a pain. We're essentially looking for refined arms. Refined arms, they will always drop a white version of all the good crossbows, of all the weapons. So you can click them all to eventually find your weapon type that you want to guarantee craft up. And if you have just the base makeshift crossbow, the tense crossbow is double your deeps, basically. Not double, but it's a huge damage increase. 2 to 6 fire, 2 to mana. Not great. Probably don't want to slam our first Regal into that. But it was a damage increase, so... I gotta Frostbomb more on not bosses early on. Okay, got the girdle. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna do some more fun projects. It's just, I need a... We're on cooldown right now for fun project. This is... I need a fresh campaign clear to reset my brain. I'm probably going to be playing Diablo 4. I assume it won't be for more than a week, but I will be trying out the expansion. Even like the die-hard Diablo 4 enjoyers say they usually only play for like a week. So, that's why I'm assuming I'm going to play for about a week as a new player. But I will be trying out the D4 expansion, and then when D4 expansion, whenever I'm bored of that, we are going to come back to this game and then start fucking around before 0-5. It might hook me. Well, see, like that's what I'm trying to go in with like not negative expectations, but just like a chill expectation of because if it ends up like I haven't played it since patch season 2, so it's been like over a year since I played. I haven't played any expansion, so it's gonna be a very new game. And I always liked playing old Diablo 4, it just got boring fast, so... I'm sure because of how long it's been since I played, I might be able to have a good amount of fun. I always liked the PvP in that game. I heard it got ruined because of immunity frames from Spiritborn, but, I think I'm gonna level, like right now I haven't looked into anything about builds or anything that's changed over the time. I used to almost always play Thorns Barbarian. I think someone told me that Paladin is the new Thorns meta, but I still think I'm going to do it on a Barbarian. So I'm probably just going to league start a Thorns Barbarian. I'm not going to do any prep or research. I'm just going to go in blind. I want to get to endgame, and then I want to go fuck around in the PvP zone. And that is like the list of things I want to do. And then anything else is just kind of like, we'll see what the game has and if I enjoy it. But that's what I want to do, is I want to... get a Thorns Barbarian to endgame, and then go fuck around in PvP for a little bit. But yeah, I'm not going to be going in like, oh, like hoping it sucks. Like, I'm expecting to have a fine enough time. And I want to do something fun, so... We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I know I'm not going to enjoy it near as much as Diablo or PoE 2, but I'm sure I'll have fun. The best thing that happened to Diablo 4 is the delay of this patch. That's for sure. Ooh, that's a good starter chest. Yeah, probably shouldn't have transmuted that. That was dumb. Flash grenade. Hey, what's up, Garcia? Long time no chat. Hope you've been well. Good morning to you. Forza Horizon 6, nice play. Yeah, I just got done playing Windrose. I love me pirate games. I love boat sailing games like that. And a buddy of mine... I usually prefer them on PvP settings. This game didn't have PvP, so... But a buddy of mine and I just got done full clearing Windrose. We did all the quests and shit, so that was a good time. We didn't get the waypoints, so... Did you ever play Pirates of the Burning Sea? I don't think so. It sounds familiar, but... I've played a lot of those, like, ship battle games. So I might have and have just forgotten the name. Hey, what's up, Software? How you doing, man? Oh. Oh. We're fine. Okay, we are trying to find the tree, and then we are moving on. Where is the tree? Uh-oh. Guessing it's like someplace down here. Tree, tree, tree. What about you guys? Are you excited for, what are you excited for with patch 0.5? I know everyone's a little bit bummed out by the delay. I mean, I guess I have a different perspective of it because I work in game development, or I guess anyone who's worked in a creative space knows it like this, but like, when you have a vision of something, on the way there to that vision, sometimes shit just gets changed. Sometimes the vision changes, sometimes things get added that you weren't expected, sometimes you thought something was going to work out that ultimately didn't. So there's to me, like, I don't think I've ever worked on a development project that didn't have delays. Like, I've never once in my life had a development project where we didn't, like, miss the deadline at least once. Now, these are deadlines that are internal deadlines. They're not ones that we're saying publicly, like, hey, we're committing to this 4-month cycle guaranteed, and then, you know, immediately breaking that. So that's where the disconnect happens, where, like, people get upset. You know, when they said those things, I genuinely believe that they weren't, like, they thought that was going to be the case. But as they got closer to the release, they realized it wasn't good enough, and then when they realized the timing with Exile Con, like, it changed stuff. I'm not trying to make too many excuses for GGG, but I get it. So it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me in a weird sense. What's up, Protag? How you doing, bro? I get why people are upset, though. If you're upset because of the broken promises and the delays, I am not trying to give you shit. I'm just trying to explain why it doesn't faze me. Like, I'm just not bothered by it. Because I think I would rather them, if they're delaying it, it's for a good enough reason. Like, they don't want it delayed. They would have wanted it out earlier, so. But yes, they should stop saying crazy stuff like, we're committing to a 4-month schedule, we are prioritizing content over, or dates over content. I get why people get upset. I don't think I want to Regal Orb that, unfortunately. I could have used both of one of those before the fight, too. Unfortunately. I don't have a ID scroll. Get up explosive grenades. The rumor is to complete the campaign skip. Hey, that makes sense. And maybe they did delay because of DE4, but usually GGG's tactic is to line up with Diablo to try and stuff them out, but... I don't hate the Exile Con theory of us just only getting 2 leagues because of Exile Con, so... What do you expect to see from the patch? That's interesting. I mean, I'm expecting swords, personally. I'm expecting swords. I think we're getting duelists. That's my copium. How expensive is basic stat stacking gear at league starts? At league starts, stacking gear can be pretty competitive. Especially depending on the slot. Like, rings and amulets, those are very expensive on league start. Like, stat stacking builds aren't super popular, but everyone knows that, like, if you have a good piece of gear with 2 high rolls of, like, dex strength or something, it's gonna sell well. So I feel like stat stacking gear, and even if you aren't doing a stat stacking build, if you get like a piece of stat stacking gear, like, so let's say you get a high strength amulet, you don't have to get strength on any other piece, so it lets you to itemize differently. So if you're talking about a build that's like stat stacks every piece of gear, it is generally speaking going to be expensive on league start. I can't tell you how expensive. We got a second Regal, so yo though. Ooh. I don't mind that. Alright, come on, Iron Ring. Not the double Azul. Damn it. We got the double Azul life. The double Azul. Did you see the new gems on skills on PoE 2DB? Yeah, so my problem with that is a lot of those skills have been there before. So, like, I don't know which ones are the new ones that have shown up and which ones are ones that we've seen before. Because some of those axe skills we've seen before. I would need a list of, like, which ones specifically were new. Uh-oh, this is bad. Never mind, we're fine. I mean, Marauder could be coming. Marauder could be coming. I don't know if I want to league start Thorns. The only way I league start Thorns is if there is a new ascendancy that comes that specifically does something insane for Thorns. I don't mind eventually doing the new ascendancies as Thorns next patch to try them out, but in my head, for anything to compete with Shaman as a Thorns ascendancy, it would need to be fucking, like, real. It would need to be targeting, like, something with Thorns. It would have to specifically be, like, something comparable to Shaman. Like, Shaman gives you so much Thorns damage, just an absurd amount. That no matter, it has to be something absurd for Thorns, or, like, I wouldn't have fun playing it compared to Shaman on League Start. On League Start specifically. So, what I'm thinking of doing is, I'm probably doing, like, Witch Hunter with swords or something. Like, whatever the new weapon type is, I'm probably doing that on a Witch Hunter with Culling Strike and doing another fun Culling Strike build. Or I League start supporting Fire Tactician again. Who knows? But I don't think I'll be League starting Thorns. Like, it would require, like, Gladiator to have an ascendancy that's like, you get Crown of the Pale King as a part of the ascendancy, so we don't have to wear that helmet anymore. Like, that would be what it would take for me to League start Thorns on a new ascendancy. Oh, hello, Rare. Well, even if they nerfed Shaman, right? Like, that would just make it to where, like, Shaman's more balanced, but, like, I just played with the power of Shaman with Thorns, so there's, like, to immediately League start something that's worse than Shaman was this patch, as, like, Thorns would not be, like, an enjoyable experience for me. Like, I can't go from doing, like, over 1,000,000 DPS with Thorns with this current build to, playing, you know, standard Thorns right away, right? And yeah, pure Thorn starts have always been slow. They're not good currency farmers. They're fun, but they're not good currency farmers. But, yeah, it would have to be... So I'm thinking of, like, no matter what, we're doing something on a Witch Hunter more than likely. I could be baited into one of the new ascendancies, though. They might have a line of text that's like, oh, that's so cool, but I love Witch Hunter so much. The weapon set passives can do a lot of really creative things. I think Sorcery Ward is a highly underrated defensive layer. And then Culling Strike's just fun. So, like, you just start off by playing, like, Culling Strike throughout the campaign and the early endgame. You can scale Culling Strike really well on a budget. And then whenever you get to, like, the 90s and stuff, you, like, transfer over to, like, Constricting Command, a pure DPS setup. Yeah, I mean, it depends on, like, there's also the side ascendancies, right? Like, there's Mirage Archer and stuff. Guessing the boss is over here. Oops, sprint stunned myself. Luckily, it was in a safe spot. Nope, the boss over here. Maybe it is up there and I'm stupid, but I think it's right here. Okay, cool. Yeah, Mirage Archer would be cool if it did all projectiles instead of bows, that's for sure. Stop telling people how great Witch Hunter is. Sorry. Hey, what's up, Siapek? How you doing, man? Damn, I pushed him out of that fire grenade. Both those grenades. Those are some big whiff grenades. Oh, I just killed myself. Damn. I wonder if this makes me redo the fight or not, though. Good thing we're not playing hardcore. Well, we lucked out there. Yeah, I'm trying to speed clear Act 1 right now. Remind me to check out the video after I'm done with Act 1. Oop, I just ate that attack like a bum. Almost got clipped by him there. Rolled into his leg like a bum. Should die here. Okay. Axe, that's so funny. I mean, we could get axes. I'm not, like, opposed to us getting axes. Keep that for later. Shit, I wanted to get... Okay, let's go back. I will check, yeah, I'll check out the build after we clear Act 1. I don't have a timer on the screen, but I wrote down the time I went. Never actually timed my Act 1, so I want to see how far over an hour I am in my current... I'm not doing skips, by the way. Or I'm doing all the things that are required for like a full campaign start. No skipping bonus content. Skip some bosses. But hey, what's up, Palace? How you doing? Some weird grenade bounces there. Oh, I didn't need to buy that talisman. Hey, what's up, Sour? How you doing? God, he fucking teleported out of my grenades. Oh, the grenade curse. Please die. Should have grabbed that greater life flask. Yeah, I mean, we have a discussion. If you haven't seen the podcast with Darth Microtransaction yet, I highly recommend watching the first, like, 30 minutes. We talk about that, and we all have, like, reasonably different takes. I'm honestly on the side of GGG, just based off my perspective. I'm not upset by it. Because I know it's leading to, ultimately, a better experience for us when we're there. Miso has a good points about, like, the way GGG talks about stuff. Misleads, lies, whatever you want to, broken promises, whatever phrase you want to use for it. But for whatever reason... Am I dead? For whatever reason with GGG, it doesn't bother me. It's just because I know they're going to deliver on the product compared to any other company. Like, if this was any other company, we would know that this delay probably wasn't going to lead to, like, them actually getting a lot more fixed. A lot more added in. But because it's GGG... if they're delaying, like, I don't know. I just think about it in a very weird way. Like, I just trust them at this point, that they're going to deliver. Like, 0.4, say what you want about it. I know some people have problems with the temple. A lot of people have problems with how it plays, whatever you want to say, right? I'm not going to try and tell you that you're wrong about how you feel. For me, personally, despite 0.4 having all of it missing that we wanted in it, like, it didn't have the endgame rework. It was an absolute awesome league. Like, if you were somebody who had no idea of the endgame promises, you're just some blind casual who, like, doesn't follow the things GGG says, and you just showed up to each league and played it, you would probably not realize that there were broken promises or, like, you know, crazy stuff, like anything like that, right? Like, the league itself was good enough now for me to be able to enjoy it. Now, obviously, I want the endgame rework, though. So that's where I was a little bit disappointed, but 0.4, what I'm trying to say in a weird way is 0.4 failed to meet all expectations, but was still, like, by a lot, but was still a very fun patch for me. So, if 0.5 needs to be delayed to meet the expectations that I would want, then I just assume it's going to be fucking awesome. I don't know, I'm a Giga Glazer. At this point, I just fucking love this game. Like, there's literally no other game I want to play anymore, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. I admit that I am weirdly biased. I've just been burned by so many game dev companies in the past, and GGG doesn't burn me. Like, even though you might want to consider, like, the lies a burn, the broken promises a burn, from what they deliver as a product, they have never, like, hurt me. Not near as bad as, like, Blizzard and other companies that I've simped for in the past, so I don't know, I've been beaten down, boys. I've been beaten down by the gaming industry. And now I'm a Giga Glazer. I'm sorry. Oh, I have no life flask. I wasted all of it. I don't know if we can make it through this fight with no life flask. We probably should respawn at checkpoint, or we're gonna waste time. We'll try. No life flask. How do you scale damage for supporting fire? Minion skill, strength, and dexterity. I'm bad at maintaining exposure. Well, that was easy once I realized I didn't have life flask. You just lock in and don't get hit by anything, and boss die. Hey, what's up, last one? How you doing, man? Did they finish the race? Did Rabbit clean sweep? I think we're going with attrition. Okay. Rabbit did win. Nice. Hey, no problem, hobos. Glad you had a good stream, man. I always try and host smaller streamers. A lot of cool people at the bottom that never get views. Though, you have to give an extra thanks to Blade. He's the one that pointed out to me that you were streaming. Bored out of my mind till the 7th, but I'll live. See, that's the problem, though, is the 7th we only get news, then we have 21 more days we have to stall for. Yeah, we have a couple of projects we plan on doing. Right now, I am stalling because I am probably playing Diablo 4. I'm not wanting to get caught up in anything serious project-wise right now, so I don't want to, like, start a build and then have to take a big break from it like we did with the Thorns build, because that was super annoying having to, like, come back and remember how it was played. So I'm probably playing Diablo 4. I haven't played Diablo 4 since Season 2, so we're going to give that a twirl for like a couple days. And then when we're done with Diablo 4, we got some more projects we're going to fuck around with. Mainly defensive layer projects. I really want to do an invasion build before the patch. I want to do an invasion life stacker build. Maybe not like life stacker, but an EV life build. I don't want to do EV yet. I mean, I'm sure we'll do a lot of different defensive type builds, but I very specifically want to make a good EV life build. Maybe using something like Hyri's Ire. I'm not sure what build we'd do. Okay, so we've gotten... Okay, so now we just go to the fields. I probably should have taken that staff so I could have sharded it. We need another level 3 gem so I can get Pounce. Right now I'm waiting to get Pounce for mobility. So I think Kelly alluded to the fact that over the 3-week period from the 7th, they will be drip feeding us more information. So we will definitely be getting other things across the dates. And like I'm sure we'll get like skill gem releases and fun stuff. If it's 3 weeks of build-up, and they're planning on, like, giving us fun information throughout, I imagine we're at least getting one class where they're going to be teasing class gems and stuff. I don't think I particularly care for anything right now. I don't know if I want to do prolongation. I just kind of click something because I'm stupid. Alright. I have not skipped any of the major side quests. So... And we found the loot instantly. Damn. Oop, am I dead? What's the plan with the Merc? This is practicing supporting fire. The supporting fire tactician build I did at the beginning of the league. I'm doing it in solo self-found. It's one of the builds I want to update for 0.5. So, it was something I could, like, chill dive into before D4. And who knows, knowing me, after I see some videos that Blade's showing me, I might want to start fucking around with the build early and start leveling the bones of it or something, but... It's like, I want to play a bunch of PoE, like, it sucks because, like, I was starting to ramp up getting back into PoE 2, and I really just want to keep playing PoE 2, but we have over a month until the patch, so it's like... Is that a +3? It's +4. Fuck. I don't know if I want to use a 4 on Pounce, but I want Pounce. I can't even use Pounce right now. I need to get another point in Int. Down here. But yeah, I know that with D4 coming up, I haven't played it in so long, so I don't know how long it'll take me to like get to endgame and like do a Thorns character there, but the plan is to league start a Thorns character and yeah. I've gotten horrible crossbow luck. Praising the Strongbox has a crossbow. Nope. I'm so shit. No, I wanted that minion helmet, but finally got that +3 skill gem that I could have used for Pounce, so I wasted the +4. That can't be identified right now. All right, let's just keep going. Time am I at? Yeah, not the fastest run. Almost as smooth as Engormus one day. I don't know why I'm trying to kill so many rares. Okay, boost time. Boost time. I can't wait till we have supporting fire. Supporting fire is so much fun. I don't know how it'll go in a solo Self-Found. I assume we'll be fine. Have we won? We always won. We have won every second of always. Because we play Thorns, we are always winner. Damn it. He jumped out of my grenade. Forgot he did that follow-up slam. Blowing it here. Got greedy for his low HP bar and made some bad plays. Wasting a lot of grenades right there. My inventory management is dog ass. We're going for supporting fire right away, so... Alright, let's go to town, identify all this gear, clear my bags.
Goodbye.
12 to 22, 11 to 21. YOLO. Crap.
Enter the manor and take our vengeance upon him.
We got some bad luck on our crossbow.
You found my tools. Oh, this is wonderful. Now we can set up a proper bench here for you to
Hold this because we are playing a minion build, so we might want to craft on that later. We'll actually hold on to that stuff. All right. What league mechanic do you guys think it's going to be, though? All we have right now is, so what we see in the trailer is a new endgame mechanic. I like that someone said that these little, like, walls, they're going to kind of work like astrolobes from PoE 1. They're going to be some, like, modifier to the endgame Atlas, potentially. I have no idea what league mechanic we're getting, though. I would love beasts. I think there's a possibility, like, with how big this patch is shaping up to be, I think there's a possibility we get multiple mechanics, but that might just be copium from my end. But GGG said something like, we're not getting any brand new league mechanic ideas until they go through all the old ones, so, like, it would take forever for them to get every single league mechanic in if it was one league at a time, so I think they could use, like, this patch as an opportunity to do, like, Beast plus something else. But I think that's just Giga Coat. I'm definitely overhyping the patch. Alright, we gotta do Candlemass. And then Geonor. I think this is going to shape up to be a little bit over an hour. Oh, this is bad. Without Poison Grenade. Rough to clear this strong box. I don't think we get Poison Grenade until Still faster than Miso? Oh, was he going slow? I mean, Miso hasn't been practicing like Red Rabbit, so like I didn't know Miso was playing. I know it was originally versus Alcohol and Rabbit, but Rabbit has specifically been. Where is this? I'm going slow because I'm fucking taking time to do fucking strong boxes at this fucking late in the game. But this is also because it's a solo self-found run, so I'm taking it semi-seriously. That helmet, not good. It's better than that, though. This is a shit race, that's for sure. There's shit clear from me, that's for sure. What does this one even give? Oh my god. Okay, we're skipping. Oh my god, my layout. Yeah, well, Rabbit's been practicing, like, Act 1 speedruns the last few days, like... So I wasn't surprised when he won. Alcohol's very good at speed clearing, but... Rabbit had been practicing, so... It's all about that practice, you know? I'm probably about to be slower than Miso, though. I don't know if we're about to hit... We're probably about to be slower than 106, but I did a lot of dumb things. I cleared multiple, things that I shouldn't have. Yeah, I'm doing my that's another good point, Sour. That is another good point. I'm doing my Tactician starting tree. I'm not doing Guy That Dies starting tree. So if I was doing a better silent tree, it'd be a little bit faster, but I think the reason why this one was over an hour was just bad route decision making, and like I did 2 strong boxes that took about a minute each that rewarded nothing. So I think even with this passive setup, oops, sprint stunned myself. Am I dead? Am I dead? Am I dead? Nope. I just feel like I made a lot of dumb decisions. I wanted that chest. Oh well. Too many enemies. But yeah, I'm doing my Tactician start. I'm prepping for the 0.5 Tactician start, where you would start two-handed weapons, and you could stay two-handed weapons for a majority of the campaign, but I think most people around Act 4, whenever they get async trade, will want to swap to full supporting fire. Oh, that was a dumb circle to do. Not sure why I wasn't using the actual leap effect as well. Oh, I just sprinted on myself. I'm dead for sure. No getting out of this one. Oh my goodness. We got out of that one. I just hit an hour and 1 minute. I just hit an hour and 1 minute, so I'm about to tie Miso's time if I don't blow this. I didn't put on my better flask. I fucked that up. Oriana!
Open the cage
Yeah, that's what my shield's for. It's to use shield block on the ice beams. I saw a guy that dies do that in his video. That's why I picked up the shield for the swap on this boss. Hey, what's up, Skadooch? How you doing, bro? After all I've given you. You simp. You fucking Twitch mod. Oh, you're gonna phase this fast? You are a dickhead. Fuck you, Geodor. Ooh. I got double hit there. Yeah, not upgrading my flask was a mistake for this run. Oh, I'm really bad. Please don't phase again. We're gonna phase again, I can smell it. Nope, we got lucky. I got hit by 1 collective blood because I'm bad. I got hit by 2 collective bloods because I'm bad. Kill him! An hour and 4 minutes. That was that clear time. An hour 4. Damn. I wanted sub 1 hour. I guess that's not awful for A, that was my first run. B, I'm not doing the guy that dies build. I'm doing my supporting fire tacticians build. So I guess that's okay, but I wanted sub hour. An hour 4s. That's miso tier. Gross. I'll take an hour 4. Alright. We're not going to be speedrunning Act 2 and 3 and 4. That was just me wanting to get Act 1 practice, which I'll probably be doing more Act 1 practice in the lead up to D4 launch. But now we're just going to go play Supporting Fire Tactician. So we're going to go to Act 2, we're going to become a Tactician and get Supporting Fire, and just start playing Supporting Fire. Your fastest ever with Tinker is 38 minutes. I have no idea what my fastest ever with Twink Gear would be. With Thorns Twink Gear, you can literally just fly through the game using palm skills, so I don't know if I've ever timed it, though. I mean, you have to look at it from a business perspective, Summit. Like, PoE 1 just, like, prints them so much money, so, like, to fully abandon it just doesn't make sense. And they're also, like, people who are creative who love the project they've worked on, so it's not like, just because you don't like PoE 1, and, like, you know, I don't grind PoE 1 like crazy, you know, I'm not the biggest PoE 1 fan, like, just because we don't have the biggest passion for it doesn't mean that the people working at Grinding Gear Games don't have a passion for PoE 1 still. Like, they still love that game. They still want to keep making it, so I don't disagree with the... I don't agree with the statement that, like, PoE 1 needs to be paused or stop development while they focus on PoE 2, because I'm sure that's not what they want, and that's their baby. So I get it. I get why they don't abandon it, and I get why they want to, you know, there's a lot of people that love that game. Like, PoE 1, despite how big, if you remove PoE 2 from the equation, PoE 1 is still one of the biggest, most successful games out there. So, like, to just fully abandon it, it just doesn't make sense, you know? It's not like it's, you know, it was, like, on life support and, like, no one plays it. Like, PoE 1's still massive, so I get why they still support the game. We're in a very awkward growth period for both games and that company. where they committed to making 2 games at once when they underestimated how much work that would be for them. But they've been adapting, and they've got 2 teams now. And they've just got those 2 teams set up. They just got those 2 teams set up. So, like, I think in, like, a year or 2, we're gonna look back at this time period and laugh at how, like... just how awkward things were. How bad things were. The lies, the broken promises, whatever you want to say. Like, I think when we look back at this era, we're gonna laugh. Hopefully. But yeah, I would not want them to abandon PoE 1. Just from, like, the fact that, like, that would probably hurt them. First Exalted Orb. First level 2. We need to get poison grenades, though. Oh, I never got poison. Am I level 14 yet? I'm not, damn. Look at this build. Let me check it out. Oh, Geo. Another Geo build. Geo's always got crazy builds. That's funny. What are you wanting to do with the build? Just a similar mechanic to kill? I haven't played any of the new, like, I haven't played any of the coming Calamity builds or whatever that's called yet. I played Ember Fuselate before, but that was in, like, 0-1. That was, like, forever ago. That looks fucking hilarious. So is he, what, maximizing reduced skill effect duration, but also maximizing projectile speed? Why were they firing so slow? Wait, why was it firing so slow? It was like shooting one like every, like... 10 seconds. Not 10 seconds, but they were just going so slow. Oh, I forgot I can put a pounce back on my... Oh, that's just the base duration? That's so funny. I've never even seen the base duration before, so that threw me off. What ascendancy? Oh, you already told me Abyssal Lich. Yeah, I don't have a Lich. I'd have to level one. Definitely sounds like a post. Oh, I don't have any flash charges. Yapping too much. We can clutch this out. Who needs flash charges? Alright, we're almost a supporting fire. The real fun begins soon, boys. The real fun begins soon. New crossbow. I would imagine looking at that. I forgot to put a poison grenade on again. I am so bad. Imagine when I look at that though, Lich. I just assume Lich is helping scale that damage so much that it has to be Lich. Like, when you have that much projectile speed with, I'm assuming he's using projectile acceleration 3. Yeah. I don't think that's a damage upgrade. Oh, I can't even use it yet. Yeah, I don't know if I have any high-leveled witches on the standard Fate of the Vow, so it'd be something I'd have to level, which I will probably be down to do after Diablo 4. Or maybe before Diablo 4. I think Diablo 4 comes out Tuesday, so... Would you also play that much without streaming, or gives you much time to enjoy? I play a majority of this game off of stream. I almost never stream. I'm a content creator who doesn't stream, like, ever. Like, I'm really inconsistent with streaming. So most of what I do is off of stream play. Hey, what's up, Kadachi? How you doing, bro? Okay, I guess I can actually do temples now and stuff. Now that we're not doing the speed run of Act 1. Hey, what's up, Rusty? Doing good. We just did an act run, speed run, cleared it in 1 hour and 4. Solo self-found. Not the best, but that was my first one, so. And now we are going to transition into playing supporting fire tactician. I want to update that build for 0.5. So. We are currently playing supporting fire again. And we are doing everything we can to stall for the next patch. What about you guys, Rusty, Kadachi? Are either of you gonna be dabbling in Diablo 4 now with the guaranteed delay, the announced delay? Because that's what I might be doing, is I might be dabbling in D4. I don't mind that one because it comes to the socket. It certainly sucks that I will be bored a little bit longer. Okay, good start. We just got 2 to 35 lightning roll and a +2 proj skills on this crossbow. And then we rolled 12 to 20 cold damage. Alright. We will be using that crossbow when we level up. use either of those, though. Can I use you? Get rid of fragmentation rounds. We don't need that crap anymore. Yeah, I'm sad the league is so far away. It's like, what, 34 days away? I mean, it was already, like, painful of a wait. And it sucks because, like, myself and Rabbit and me, like, we're starting to ramp back up into playing PoE 2 just to get the delay. It's like, oh, fuck. But, yeah, I'm probably going to be fucking around with Thorns on, Diablo 4. I haven't played Diablo 4 since it's basically its launch, so we're going to be giving that a shot. And that'll kill like a week of time, and then I think we will at most be playing Diablo 4 until we get the announcement, which is like on March or May 7th, right? I think May 7th or May 9th, I forget what it is. So I will be playing, hopefully, Diablo 4 up until that, if it's fun enough to last that long. Everyone always says, like, D4 is like a few days of fun, but maybe it'll be longer for me since I haven't played it much. So, who knows? And then once we get the announcement, though, the reveal of what's coming, it's going to be full PoE 2 grind mode. Once we have the actual announcement with what's coming, the reveal stream or whatever, on the 7th, it's going to be pure PoE 2, testing stuff out, build practice, speedrun practice. So we got, like, what, 2 weeks-ish to kill? I don't own it. I owned the base copy, so getting the expansion was only $40 for me. But, like, for Rabbit, he said he had to spend $80 or $90 to get the whole game, so I get why he's not going to do it. I played its original launch for, like, 1 or 2 seasons, and then I haven't played since. And it was only $40 for me to upgrade my version to the latest expansion. Let's commit to us doing more Wind Dancer builds. Unfortunately, Wind Dancer is not very good anymore. They gutted our boy Wind Dancer. They gutted him. They gutted him wrong. Oop, level 16 crossbow time. What's that gonna do to DPS? Oh my god, it doubled our crossbow shot DPS. Next, we're pathing over here to get singular purpose. Thought I'd be sidestepped, enough of that. Do that bleed. I'm really bad at using both pounce and poison grenade. I'm really bad at that. I'm like never pouncing around. Yeah, I get it, Skipper. What's the current best Reflect build? It's, if you're talking about like best, it's the one I posted 2 days ago. The Adonia's Ego Thorns build. But that build has a very annoying barrier to entry, and you have to gear swap for it. So, if we're talking about traditional best Reflect builds, honestly, Darth Microtransactions Blood Barrier build he did is one of the, like, cooler ones. And then a traditional Thorn Shaman. I have another build guide for that on my channel. Of the Reflect builds, those are, like, the best you can play. Blood Barrier is actually decent depending on what content you do. If you're doing Ultimatum farming, Blood Barrier is really good. If you're doing Simulacrum farming, it's really good. But for, like, an all-rounder, you just play the Shaman Thorns. Traditional physical Shaman Thorns with Spear and Shield. Yeah, I like listening to lo-fi music because I don't know, it's just like it just makes the gameplay it gives you music to listen to and it's chill obviously, but it makes like the gameplay still the focus. You also don't have to worry about the copyright problems, which is also good as a streamer, but because I know like when Miso and Rabbit, they do multi-streaming like I do because I stream to both YouTube and Twitch. But for they have like copyright music playing on Amazon on Twitch, but like for YouTube they have to do something special where like they don't play their music through to YouTube. And I'm lazy, so I don't want to do stuff like that. But I also like the fact that everyone can listen to music when I'm playing, so. This lo-fi track is a gamer mix lo-fi track, so it's got like World of Warcraft lo-fi, it's got some PoE lo-fi, it's got some StarCraft lo-fi in it. But a lot of the time I am listening to specifically the Path of Exile lo-fi track. Imagine playing Doom with lo-fi music. I mean, this game is a pretty, like, you know, it's not Doom tier of, like, combat, but, you know. This game's pretty bloody and graphic with lo-fi music, and it vibes. I don't know. I just like the vibe. I need to be picking up rares for Regal Shards more. I keep remembering this is actually my solo self-found run and not just, like, a speed run practice. I still got the speed run from the first acta in my brain, but we're actually trying to make solo self-found supporting fireworks, so I need to be, like, disenchanting Regal for Regals. Ooh. Oh, I want to use that Exalt. That ended up being a really good crossbow. I thought I had... Did I pick up a lightning rune? I didn't. That's a desert rune. Okay. Equipped. Let's put that in flash grenade. Let's put you... I don't think we can use you yet. Okay. Sure. Almost a supporting fire. We have one more zone to clear. We got to clear this zone, kill Babala, kill the final boss, and then we can go get supporting fire. Which, for some reason, I'm on a copium train that it might be getting buffs in the next patch. But we'll see. You're just waiting for campaign speedrun guides for casters, and that's what I'm going to be doing. I mean, I guess you should just watch Dead Rabbit for now. Seriously though, on the podcast yesterday, I talked about Guy That Dies is, what am I doing? Oh yeah. This. Guy That Dies is, mercenary speedrun. You can at least get, like, some campaign tricks from it. But, it depends on what ascendancy you're playing too, by the way. Because if you're playing Infernalist, like, you can actually get demon form for your speedrun. This crossbow's crazy. Compared to the one I was just using throughout all of Act 1, like, we got blessed with a good crossbow. Oh, sprint stun myself. Am I dead? Those fireball hits, I'm dead. God damn it. On solo self-found, you're probably not swapping to full supporting fire until Act 4. I keep forgetting I can be doing, temples. So we should just go do temples to buff our gear. I keep skipping them. If you're doing League Start, not trading, and like solo self-found, you're probably swapping later. You could swap in the mid-20s to 30s if you're trading and you're getting things like, Astramentis and like all the stat stacking gear and some minion skill stuff. You could swap at like, I want to say 30-ish probably, and like path over here and get the cooldown reduction stuff. But League Start, no trading, like assuming you're waiting for async trade, you're probably not swapping until async trade. Like full swapping, you'll use it right away, but you can't do the full like depending on it for everything until you're deeper in the campaign. Yeah, let's... Oh, Tactician absolutely needs a tweak. Tactician is Tactician is one of the few ascendancies in this game that has, like, no inner synergy. Ew, that was a bad exalt. What do you identify to? There's no way you're more damage. Yeah, this is way more damage. We need Regal, so... But yeah, like... whenever I have the Ascendancy, I can break it down easier when I see all the points in front of me, but... there are very few builds that get value of every single node in the Tactician tree. So it's almost always have... you almost always have something that's like, well, I don't get to use this with this build, so it sucks. Damn. I'll have a Regal on me. We might get one over here, though. They have something with totems. It's really bad, in my opinion. I've tried to make it work a few times. I'm sure there's something out there that's good with it, but... not from what I've tested. No Regal for that Exalt, unfortunately. So Wind Dancer is good as a defensive tool, Jake. But what Rusty meant when we needed to bring Wind Dancer back earlier was he was talking to using Wind Dancer as a defensive tool. If you go look at our old builds from 0.3 and 0.2, we had a lot of builds that was Wind Dancer as a reflect tool that was like killing stuff. One-shotting bosses, one-shotting rares, like... that doesn't exist anymore. Wind Dancer is still a phenomenal defensive tool. It is very, very good. For one thing people don't realize about Wind Dancer is it prevents you from getting sprint stunned. So, like, Wind Dancer is really good. It's just, it doesn't work like it used to, how we used to abuse it. Which was cheesy reflect shit, because we're nerds. We're keeping on to this because this could have minion skills, which we want. So what's going to happen is we're going to be using grenades for most of our single target, but when we have supporting fire will take care of all of our AoE. So I need to be using Pounce more, man. I am so out of practice. Been playing Blink too much. Hey, what's up, Rendar? How you doing, man? And in most of our travel nodes, we are prioritizing strength for supporting fire. Supporting fire, despite being a minion skill, it scales off of our strength and our dexterity. So, and strength specifically scales our damage. So, I think I needed to go up for Balbala. Could be wrong. You just also found butt run with supporting fire last week. It was fun. I love this build, man. I'm hoping, I'm trying to convince Lalcohol to do the second win private league for a third time, for the third wind, and I would love to league start this build in it. If any private league shows up, I will be league starting this in it for sure. It's really the only build that I want to prep for 0.5 right now, until we get patch notes. Alright, I was right, Babala was up. She can be annoying for grenades. Mist of salami. Ooh, got hit a lot there. There we go. That was big damage. Cool. Bro, you miss your videos on WoW? I miss playing WoW too. I am on a complete WoW detox until we get Classic Plus, though. I have grinded WoW literally my entire adult gamer life since I've been 14 to age 35. I have grinded WoW. I've never stopped, and I am not happy with how Blizzard handles Classic WoW. I think they have no idea. I don't think they have a true vision for what Classic is, and I really hate what they did with the Classic refresh stuff. So, like, I've just been, like, taking a break from WoW. The last thing I did was the final phase of SOD, though I was tempted to go back and play SOD fresh with some people, but I'm just on a break until we get Classic Plus. I want to hit Classic Plus hard, and I don't want to have any WoW burnout going into it. And I'm, like, pretty confident we're getting Classic Plus announced at BlizzCon this year, with an early next year launch. That could be copium. But, yeah. I miss WoW, though. I do miss it. I get the itch to go play it all the time, but I'm trying to save myself. I do miss all the old mage videos, man. I love doing the old mage grinds. Those were fun videos to make. They will be back one day. I'm sure we'll be farming Princess one day. Well, maybe not, though. If you watch how modern Blizzard develops Classic and the Classic Fresh right now, they do everything they can to shut down solo content. Anytime, like, they are going out of their way to, anytime anyone is able to solo a dungeon, they are doing everything they can to say, fuck you, we're balancing that out of the game. So, it is quite possible that Blizzard has their hands on the rail, on the game so hard that there won't be any fun solo dungeon content like we were doing in Classic and in SOD. Like, that is my genuine concern, is, like, Blizzard is so caught up in trying to force people to play Classic WoW a very specific way that it's, like, it's genuinely ruined the game for me. Like, I would have quit SOD if it wasn't for my amazing guild. They made Season of Discovery awful. Like, I look back at SOD thinking I had an amazing time because of the people I played with, because I met a new guild and really good friends from that guild. So I love SOD because of that, but I don't look at SOD. Oh my god, we left. She didn't follow us. I saw us still back there. But I look back at SOD and, like, like Blizzard did not develop that well. They were very bad at making Season of Discovery, and they ruined a lot of aspects of Classic WoW a lot, and were constantly designing things that I was enjoying out of the game. So I just genuinely am worried that the Classic WoW team, like their vision and direction they want to go with Classic Plus, won't align with how I have always played Classic WoW. For like 20 years, I have been like, you know, I love to go in and solo dungeons on a mage or a warrior or whatever class to make currency. I love doing like, I love challenging myself with like doing 5-man raids, even 40-man content and stuff, and Blizzard does not like that for whatever reason. They do not like the game being played that way. And they like to use the excuse because bots will abuse those methods to make money. I think it's the lamest excuse ever. Blizzard just doesn't want to hire game masters to moderate their games because they're bums. But I just genuinely am concerned that with how they developed Season of Discovery specifically, that my vision for what I want Classic Plus to be and how I played Classic WoW doesn't align with theirs, so... But, like, if you look at what they're doing, so we just had the TBC Classic Anniversary release, right? When I played TBC Classic, like... And even old TBC, I was doing mage farming in slave pens. I was doing solo of Botanica on a warrior using Diamond Flask. Like, those are stuff that I enjoyed because they were just like, I don't know, that's just the way I played the game. You cannot do either of those in Classic Anniversary. Blizzard just released a patch I saw the other day that, like, completely gutted, like, if you're over-leveled or, like, if you AFK for, like, a minute, you no longer get experience. Like, they do really weird changes to solve problems that it's, like, to try and solve gold sellers and botters. It's like, people are boosting people in dungeons for gold, so instead of hiring developers to ban those people, we're going to make the game mechanically worse. And yeah, that's the way Blizzard makes games now. That is genuinely how I feel about that company right now, and how they develop Season of Discovery. So I don't like. I'm excited to play Classic Plus, but I'm worried that, yeah, I'm worried that it won't align with how I play the game. They did revert that change after the community complaints. I did not know that. Okay. So that is good. Because when I saw that change, because my Discord still has the Wowhead bot that posts all the patch notes. And just because I'm like such a WoW degen for so long, I still read all the patch notes even though I had been unsubbed for so long. And when I saw that, I was like, that is the dumbest fucking change ever. I'm glad they reverted that. So maybe there is hope. Sorry, a little bit of a random WoW tangent there, but I started as a WoW content creator, and I have not played the game in a long time. For reasons, of course. Hey Cal, investing in Witch Hunter stocks, I see. Well, right now we're playing Tactician. We're gonna be swapping to Tactician, but I am probably league starting Witch Hunter though. And this practice so far has been leading towards the Witch Hunter. Is like, you know, it overlaps with Witch Hunter practice. It overlaps. But yeah, we're playing supporting fire Tactician this run. Can I use you? I don't think so. Sorry, random WoW rant. Do I have lightning runes yet? Still no. I don't want to waste my cold and fire rune, but whatever. YOLO swaggins. I think so too, Scroats, by the way. I think Classic Plus will absolutely be another sod. Like, I genuinely just don't think it'll be made for me. Which is fine, if I'm not the target audience. But I will be trying it. I used to do private servers, but now I was a part of too many corrupt ones, so I don't have much interest in private servers currently. All right, let's go get our supporting fire. Let's go ascend.
Ah, yes, for glory.
Let's go ascend. Phase 1 Assad was great. Phase 2 was okay. Phase 3 and onward, I think, like, some people like to glaze up the last phase. I think the last phase, to me, showed how inexperienced they are as a dev team. But ever since Phase 3, when they added incursions, incursions were actually the single dumbest, most brain-dead thing I've ever seen any MMO ever add, and they double and tripled and quadrupled down on it. They tried to make incursions last so long, in fact, that they put them into other phases. They tried to fix them in other phases. Not only did Phase 3 add incursions, by the way, Phase 3 also... Phase 3 also removed 10-man raids. A majority of the Season of Discovery player base was raiding 10-mans. And then in Phase 3, they made it to where you had to 20-man raid. And then they kept 20-mans the entire expansion after that. So halfway through the expansion, everyone whose guilds were designed around 10-man ratings disbanded overnight. And most guilds had to either quit or merge into another guild. It was the most brain-dead thing I've ever seen happen in the middle of an expansion. They literally killed over half of the guilds in a single patch. Because everyone was just raiding 10-mans. Everyone was, like, literally every raid was a 10-man, and then suddenly they weren't balancing or making anything for 10-mans. And all of those guilds just died overnight. It's like... I look back at, like, some of the stuff they did in Season of Discovery, and... ignoring even class balance, by the way, when you talk about the late-game Tier 6 sets and the Tier 7 sets they did, those were some of the worst balanced sets I've ever seen in an MMO. The team just giga showed its inexperience, and I don't think they have anyone on the team that's like a degenerate of classic WoW. I think their team has some retail WoW players and some like people who kind of play classic, but yeah, sorry. Let's talk about Path of Exile 2. Fuck WoW. We're D4 players now. And this rank just kind of shows why I always give GGG a benefit of a doubt and like simp for them a little too hard, is because I've been burned by Blizzard for far too long, and I know the people at the company now are not the same as the people that ruined the company. They're trying to rebuild it, but yeah. You'll be checking out the D4 expansion pack? Actually, same. I already bought it. The delay that PoE 2 got was the reason I committed to the purchase. I haven't played since Vampires, so Season 2. So I have got, you know, there's going to be a lot for me to learn and do. So it'll at least kill a week of time for me. I'm probably going to be streaming it. Some form of D4 Barbarian Thorns character or something. I don't know. It definitely is Blizzard in name only. I do not look at modern Blizzard and Blizzard. There are three versions of Blizzard to me. There is Blizzard, which is the old Blizzard that made StarCraft, World of Warcraft, the one we fell in love with. There's Blizzard Activision, which is that taint of a company that had the Cosby Room and the milk and all the bullshit, disgusting stuff run under Bobby Kotick. And then we have Modern Blizzard, which is what I call right now. Modern Blizzard is the version of Blizzard we have now that is trying to rise from the ashes of their burnt turd of a company. And I genuinely believe there's probably a lot of really good and hardworking people at that company that give a serious fuck about these games, but I distinctly see them as 3 different companies. Just distinctly 3 different companies. Though I do think a lot of people like to give a pass to the former leadership of Blizzard. They like to blame everything on the Activision hires, and everything was great when Morheim and Jeff Kaplan were the ones in charge, and it was after Activision got in charge that those things broke. But it's like, no. Morheim, Kaplan, all those guys, like, even though they all rage quit the company, they were a part of a lot of the downfall, and I'm sure there were some things they didn't want to be a part of, but I'm sure they led to a lot of the bad things that happened too, so I don't give them a pass. This is a really easy Sanctum run. Oh, I'm no longer exposing. I need to level up Frost Bomb. Just realized that. Season 2 was fun until I beat Uber Andy on the second day of the league. I think I remember quitting Season 2 because I had like full cleared it within a day or two. I think I very clearly remember like just being done almost immediately, and it's not like I was done because I was bored. I was just done because I was out of stuff to do, and then I was like, oh, fuck. I would have had played this game a lot more if there was more to do. I'm excited. I don't know. People, like, it's easy to add on to the whole D4 bad conversation. Like, D4 bad. There's no way D4 is bad. It is one of the biggest games out there right now. It's just not for us. But that being said, it's been so long since I played it that I'm gonna have fun playing it. Whatevs. Alright, hey, what's up, Bricky? Alright, Tactician time, boys. It is time for supporting fire. Oh yeah, and some of like the borrowed power that D4 had was just crazy. I don't know. I'm going in completely blind. I'm not going to do any prep. I mean, we'll see what happens. I might like look up some like passive stuff to make sure I pick the right ascendancy to play Thorns, because I'm probably just going to do a shitty Thorn. What I want to do is I want to get to endgame and I want to go to the PvP zone and kill people with Thorns. That's all I want to do. Do I want to try using the +1 minion skills helmet? Sure. I don't have any support gems, do I? I have one. What can we put in supporting fire? We can't get biting one yet. That's unfortunate. I think we do lightning attunement then for now. Alright, we've got supporting fire. But yeah, so that's my goal. I think the D4 patch launches this Tuesday. I'm going to play some Thorns class, not sure what. We're going to get to endgame, and we're going to go to the PvP zones and hopefully kill people. And if the game ends up being fun, you know, I'll play it until we get the announcement of 0.5's thing. But once we have the announcement, all we're doing is Path of Exile 2. Yeah, I mean, I hope I find people in the PvP zones too. I remember back in the day, they were always pretty dead anyways. People only went there to do the cosmetics, and that they haven't updated it in forever. There might not be cosmetics like people are farming for, so. D4 PvP, the PvP in D4 was the reason I stuck around for as long as I did, but I'm weird. This is supporting fire. For those that haven't played it before. It unfortunately has a long cooldown right now because we have no cooldown recovery as well as no support gems for it, but it does a very big AoE and it makes it rain down a bunch of arrows. The goal with supporting fire builds is to get this to where it is your only skill you're using ever. Its cooldown is super short that you're spamming it all the time, and it does enough single target DPS that it does all the bossing for you. So what you're seeing right now is it on its base form with no cooldown recovery. Oh yeah, it's not a visual mess. You can still see with this. It's a single tap, and you can run around. It is a very easy brain-off one-button build. It's very good on League Start if you're trading, because it scales its damage pretty well if you have strength. So just to read the skill to you guys, here's Supporting Fire. It is a skill that only Tactician Ascendancy gets. You can only get this Ascendancy if you're a Tactician. You take the Unleash Hell point. It is a minion skill. What makes it very interesting is it only has the minion tag. So in terms of modifiers, the only way you can scale this is by scaling minion stuff. Minion skills, minion damage, minion cooldown recovery. This entire area over here is massive for this build. We usually start pathing over here. We'll do a full tree respec at like 40 and path over here for it. The other way it scales is from this tag right down here. Minions have this from this skill have 1% increased area of effect per 3 dexterity you have, and then 1% increased damage per 1 strength you have. So if you're playing this like on League Start, you're going to be trading for minion skills gear. So you're going to get a scepter with minion skills. You're going to get a helmet with minion skills, and you're going to get amulet with minion skills. You can also get Trench Chimbre, which has 1 to 2 minion skills. And then you're going to be stat stacking. So you're going to be getting as much strength as you possibly can on all of your gear. And that's how you scale its damage. It's really fun. Will you stream D4 or are you playing off stream? I will probably stream it the first day or two. I'm trying to see if Miso is down to group level or not. We talked about on the podcast how we might be down to group level, so at least day 1 and 2, I'll probably be streaming all of D4. Because again, everyone always says Diablo 4 is like a week tops of fun. So like, if it's that short of an experience, I might as well just only play it on stream, you know? But right now, because we're solo self-found, and we don't have all the good support gems yet for supporting fire, we're still prioritizing two-handed weapon stuff as our main passives, so we have good single target on bosses. We're still going to use grenades for bossing, but for most of our AoE, it's just drop a supporting fire and run on by. Very, very fun build once you get supporting fire, even whenever you're not leaning into it, like, right away. But yes, I will stream Diablo 4. Does Diablo 4 have WASD? Or is it click to move? I forget. Yes, it works with muster. Yep. So we will be doing minion muster scaling. Dead end. Yeah, but sometime you, at some point, you are using your spirit to summon one of every minion, and then you are scaling its damage via muster. You usually don't do that until you're later in the game when you can have more spirit and more minions. But if you're league start, and you're trading, you can sometimes get muster on pretty early. The leveling guide I have for this build is like a full twink setup leveling, so you can play muster from the start of the game with that version. But for like, I'm trying to do a solo self-found league start variant, so I don't think you're playing muster until much later. I think if you swap to full supporting fire before Act 4, and even then, before you clear Act 4, it might be a little rough on the single target. What's cool, though, about the supporting fire league start is there is a lineage support gem. What's it called? What's the one that gives undying hate to minions that use command skills? I don't remember what it's called off the top. Kurgle's Leash, thank you. There's a lineage support gem called Kurgle's Leash that is a massive damage increase for supporting fire. What's cool about it is it drops from Abyss, the Abyss underground areas. And you can guaranteed get one at the end of Act 4 before Tobakai. So solo self-found and league start, if you just go to do that first Abyss tunnel you do right before Tobakai, and you just spam reset it until you get your Kurgle's Leash, you can get a guaranteed Kurgle's Leash on league start. It's a pretty common drop rate too. It usually only takes like 5 to 10 resets to get it. And then you just have your best lineage support gem like before you've left the campaign. So like there's a lot that goes on with supporting fire that like makes it really fun on a league start and not like complete dog ass. Especially if you're in trade though. I don't think you're getting an Astramentus day 1 on league start. But most of the other gear you should be able to get, like Titan Rot. Titan Rot should be very doable on league start. And this is with it the longest cooldown you will ever have with it, by the way. You see how, like, the cooldown's pretty long? There's, like, periods of time where I'm running by and not able to use it on stuff, like right now. That eventually goes away. Eventually, the cooldown is so short, you are spamming it always. It is awesome. Very fun build. That just happens to be off-meta and league start friendly. Ooh, our first driller orb. Let's go. That goes into explosive grenade. Now, the downside about supporting fire, by the way, if you've never played a skill that is from your ascendancy, you cannot put something like a jeweler's orb into it. So the downside is like something like this. It doesn't get its 3rd socket until level 36. It doesn't get the 4th socket until 64, I believe. It doesn't get the last socket until 90. So you don't get the full power of all your sockets until you get levels. Is the downside with using a skill like this. Do I think GGG will be nerfing crossbows in 0.5? No. I think when you look at the top of the meta right now and what's dominating the game, it's not crossbows. I think crossbows, and specifically grenades, get a lot of, like, extra hype because of how good they are in speedrun scenarios. Like, there are things that are definitely getting nerfed about crossbows, like Jungron's build. Like, we know that's getting nerfed, but, like, do I think, like, crossbows across the board are getting hit? No. Alright, so we get Biting 1 in Supporting Fire. This gives us 20% increased cooldown recovery and more damage. So that helps a lot. Okay, Cold Res, Lightning Res, Max Life Energy Shield. Yeah, we'll put that on. Get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. Get rid of you. No movement speed. No minion skills. Don't care. Do not wander. Jeez, I got normal gloves on this whole time. What the hell happened to my old gloves? I'm a bum. We'll take it for the plus 2 to 6 physical damage to attacks. I gotta work on my inventory management. I gotta work on a lot of stuff. I will tell your tale. They're better boots. Okay. Alright, that quest is complete. Next area. Yeah, go look up some Prada builds. He's got some fun Galvanic Shard builds. I mean, there's a lot of, in my opinion, crossbow skills that work great in late game. It's just everyone always compares them to the DPS of grenades. Like, most crossbow skills can kill Uber Arbiter in late game. I promise you, I promise you, I promise you. I've killed Uber Arbiter with some stupid ass builds. And I've killed them with most crossbow skills. It's just everyone's like, grenades 3-shot Uber Arbiter, so no other skill is worth it. Which isn't true. But grenades are definitely the best. If you're wanting to play the best build, grenades are definitely that. Look at the range Supporting Fire gets. And this was with, again, so I just want to point out, Supporting Fire, it gets increased area of effect per 3 decks. So when you're Giga stat stacking 1,000 strength, 700 life, Supporting Fire, like, look at the range on it. Let me find something on the edge of screen. Look at the stuff that's on the edge of screen that's getting hit. This is with no AoE investment. No magnified area. No increased area of effect from the tree. Like, this thing can get massive. Which is fun. But even base solo self-found, it is AoEing off-screen. We want melee skills on a scepter. Once we have melee skill, and ideally on a rattling scepter. If we can get +1 to +2 melee skills on a scepter, that allows us to start weapon swapping for death from above. I think Glacial Bolt's very good. Glacial Bolt's very good. Obviously, there was the old Bullet Storm Witch Hunter that I did that was like the ricocheting shots. But that build no longer exists. I don't know, there's a lot of good crossbow builds, though. Fragmentation rounds is very slept on as well when using certain snapshot effects. Like Riven Armor. I mean, yeah, like, Witch Hunter and Calling Strike is just so fucking fun. I am 99% sure I'm league starting Witch Hunter. Like, 99% sure. And I will be starting with Calling Strike. Like, I will be going Calling Strike, Witch Hunter. I assume in uber late game you'll swap to, like, depending on the skill. I assume in uber late game, I will, like, okay, let me rephrase. If we get a new weapon, like swords or axes, I will be playing Witch Hunter with swords and axes. And assuming one of those skills is good enough single target on its own while using Calling Strike, then I'll use, like, Cyclone for clear or something, is the hope. But in my experience with Calling Strike builds, if you're not abusing something for single target, it won't have the single target for high-end bosses. Like, there's just so much invested in the Calling Strike that, like, you just end up losing a lot of single target. So from my experience, I usually go Calling Strike build on a Witch Hunter. Like, throughout the entire campaign, I play Calling Strike until, like, I want to say almost level 90. But so whenever you start doing uber deep content, that Calling Strike falls off in my experience. My biggest part for 0.5 is we can put 100% of point into one specific type of content and buffs the rewards by a large amount. I think that's what everyone wants, to be honest. I think everyone is just itching for the way... Like, right now, GGG's approach was like... Where did that rune go? Okay, yeah, I got it. GGG's approach was like, we want to make everyone do all content equally, but I agree with you that the PoE 1 method... Ooh. It's really good. The PoE 1 method of, like, being able to specialize and over-specialize into one farm is very nice to have. Very nice to have, for sure. Alright, let's go to kill the Titan. You're good at the campaign? Far from it. Far from it. I have just played it a lot to where, like, I can get through it on most builds really easily, but, like, this is not fast at all. And I'm really bad with layouts. Like, I'm really bad at layouts. I need to have, like, Crimson or Guy That Dies just sit down and hold my hand through layouts one day. I think I could get down to a 50-minute campaign 1 clear with practice, but I fall apart outside of campaign 1 when it comes to layouts. Oh, I didn't put, I could put fast fuse into it. Short fuse. Well, I'm using short fuse right now. I wasn't before, but I don't have anything special in my grenades. They go off slow as fuck. Look, I'm gonna throw... Well, this is with short fuse. Let me take out short fuse. This is without short fuse. Like, they take forever to go off. I'm just pushing more buttons, so it looks like lots more is happening. Like, the campaign layouts I know are, like, the obvious ones that you, like, recognize on your own, but, like, some of them are, like, not obvious tells, and I just have to sit there and study them, but I don't know if I care about getting that fast at the campaign. We'll see, though. I just want to be faster than Miso and Rabbit. I can't let those bums be faster than me, League Start. Though Rabbit plays EDCon on League Start, so he cheats. And before you say he played plants last league, plants are basically green EDCon. Let's be real. Let's be real. But yeah, you basically can just, like, drop a supporting fire, kite a bunch of mobs that run down, drop another one, like... Supporting fire is super chill. Is this 1 or 2? How many have I done? 1, 2, 3? I think that's all 3. I think a 4 to 5 hour campaign clear is the goal. I think like an ideal build, like you'd want to get it like a practice build. If you can clear the full campaign, get to maps in like 5 hours, I think that's 5 to 6. I think that's a reasonable goal for anyone who's not a speedrunner. Hey, what's up, Garov? How you doing, bro? I don't think grenades are that big of a deal, personally. Like, when I look at the people, it's tough. Because, yes, grenades are really good in the early game. And they're really good in late game. But, like, they're not broken, in my opinion. Nothing about grenades is broken. I think grenades are a fine baseline. And they are very skill heavy. That is true. Like, a bad player, like, it is very frequent that bad players say they hate playing grenades because of, like, the timing required around it. So, like, I don't know if grenades is, like, the flash grenade cheese that Jungrone was doing, that was obviously getting fixed. It got banned from the races for a reason. But grenades as the whole, like, I don't have a problem with them. To me, saying grenades needs to get nerfed is like saying Essence Drain Contagion needs to get nerfed. It's like, this is what the skill's supposed to do, you know? We missed the extra rune from clicking the statue, or the stored statue. That was easy kill. It's been a really chill solo self-found run so far. Unhappy with the campaign clear speed. That was what Act 1 was an hour 4 minutes. I wanted to do that less than an hour, but otherwise, we're blasting. I will tell your tale. I'm curious how much balance changes we're actually getting in general. I'm not expecting, like, a giga balance pass on the passive tree for some reason. Like, I don't know how much of the passive tree and is on there. Like, obviously it's going to get some tweaks, but for some reason I have very low expectations for the passive tree. Fuck it. We'll waste exalted orbs on boots. Can't use that till 27 or 24. 3 more levels. KK. It would be nice if Fireball could get some love. Yeah, I'm not sure, because, like, sometimes you see Fireball builds and they're fucking crazy, but they're only crazy in, like, multi-projectile cast-on variations. A lot casters are weird in general. I don't know how to feel about casters. That's why I don't play them. Did you see the new lineage support gem on PoE2 DP? I saw there was a bunch of new stuff on PoE DB. I just don't like a lot of that stuff was there before though. Like, just like some of that stuff that like not in the game has been on the DB for a while. So like I look at that list and I don't know what's actually new. So like that's why like I don't until I see someone post a list of like this is all the new stuff on the DB, like I can't get excited about it. I just don't know what's new. Ugh, I don't want to do a temple. Even though temple's really easy as this build, because you can just drop the supporting fire and it just clears everything. I quit Zero because of Temple. I have, like, I want to say over 15 characters made. Not including hardcore deaths. And I've done Temple on maybe 3 of them. Which just shows how much I like this game. The fact that, like, I didn't even engage with the League mechanic at all. And I still have played it this much. I'm dead? Rip. Yapping too much. Oh, we're back far. Yeah, usually when I do Temple, it's just at Zeri farming at this point. It's just at Zeri farming. Like, I mean, the biggest thing for me was the fact that it wasn't account-wide. Like, if Temple was account-wide, I would have absolutely played the fuck out of Temple. But rebuilding it on every character is fucking ass. So, if it was account-wide, I would have had a very, very different experience with Temple. I probably would have played it a lot more. I mean, but there are a lot of mechanics that work that way in PoE 1, Shane. Basically, all those mechanics in PoE 1 that are, like, delve or something that's like progress and like you have to build up over time, those are account-wide in PoE 1. I don't think it'd be very OP at all. You would have to give people the ability to reset the temple for new characters and stuff, but... Or just have like multiple temples you can build up at the same time, but... They've made those kind of mechanics work in PoE 1 account-wide. I assume Temple eventually will be account-wide. If not in 0.5, like at some point in the future. Oh, I didn't get the passive points. I forgot to get the letter. We have to find the passives. Yeah, essentially to build up a big temple in this league, you have to like commit to one character and commit to that temple for a very long period of time to even get it set up. So it's like, yeah, it's crazy. Crazy how much work a temple takes for it to not be account-wide. Because it's not like I dislike temple. I enjoy it. There it is. It's just I don't enjoy rebuilding it over and over and over. There we go. All right, dominating Act 2. Give me a second real quick. What was your favorite build of the league? Probably this one. Supporting Fire Tactician was just so much fun. There was a lot of really fun builds, though. My Doomfletch Ritualist was a really awesome build to make. It was just like a very cool combination of uniques. Obviously, the last Thorns build I made with Blade was crazy, but I feel like that build's an anomaly because of how expensive and weird it is. But this build, supporting Fire Tactician, was an absolute blast. My Whirling Assault Witch Hunter, I played Whirling Assault on 3 characters after that character, so... But my Doomfletch Ritualist was super fun. It was really cool to scale a item like Doomflesh to endgame, while also doing a life stacking build, so... The Doomfletch Ritualist is like a sleeper pick for sure. Like, it was a lot of fun. But my most liked or favorited build on Mobalytics for the league was this build, the supporting Fire Tactician. But I don't know, Doomfletch was super fun. I really liked Doomfletch. That was so fun to make. Doing such a weird build like that. Wasn't the best build on the planet, but it was very good for what it was. You're doing Doomfletch on Titan now? Nice. I did it on Ritualist for the 3 rings, but... Are you here right now, Blade? It is World of Warcraft lo-fi soundtrack, I think. Shane. Dead End? I guess we need rares. I've got current League Brain, where most of the loot that drops is useless. Do you think ascendancies need to be buffed or reworked? I mean, some for sure. I think there are some, like, big gaps between the best and... Well, one, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell because of the current items in the game. If you look at the PoE-DB, you would assume that Oracle and Blood Mage are absurdly overpowered, but a lot of that is just due to the current cast on crit meta. Are Blood Mage and Oracle actually overpowered, or is cast on crit the problem, and lack of other options the problem? So, like, there's no ascendancy I look at right now. Chalupa is actually in a lot better spot now. Like, last patch, I agree. I don't think Chalupa is, like, so far worse than the other ascendancies now. And Cowie Trust, what up, Shaq? How you doing, bro? I don't like the darkness mechanic right now, but that's because we don't have all the skills in the game. Like, I'm not ready to give up on darkness yet. When we have every weapon and every ascendancy in the game with all the options, maybe there's a place for darkness. But I think darkness is definitely the one thing that's like, oh, okay, that might need to go at some point. Because spirit is just so important. But, compared to previous patches, I would say that the balance is a lot better for ascendancies, but my big question is it the meta that's leading to the class imbalance right now? Is it the lack of skills? Because again, we're missing swords, axes, flails, claws, daggers. Like, there's so much that can be added that's like, that would fix a lot of the balance with some ascendancies. I don't know. It's tough to say from our optics. And a quick... Yeah, it's tough. Like, so we are planning for... Like, I want every podcast to go as long as it possibly can, right? Like, I want every podcast to be 3 to 4 hours, but obviously we have to think of the guests. The guests has shit they gotta go do. So, like, usually episodes with guests, we cap them out at, like, 2-ish hours. But... for very specifically, we have the March 7th or May 7th reveal coming up of patch 0.5. We are doing a podcast the day after. We're going to give us a day to like analyze everything and decompress and stuff. So May 8th will be our podcast after the reveal. And we're thinking about doing just the 3 of us. It'll only be me, Miso, and Rabbit. So we can do a longer podcast. We're going to like yap for as long as possible. So it may end up being a 3 to 4 hour podcast, just the 3 of us, for that first podcast after the reveal stream, when we have like the big announcement. If we do have a guest, it'll be a guest that's down for a longer yap. But because we know it's going to be a longer episode, it might just be the 3 of us. Hopefully. I mean, crit is definitely a big problem for sure, Sour. Crit leads to a lot of the balance issues. I mean, crit's fucking insane, so... if the passive tree got a major rework, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the crit passives got changed and nerfed. Because crit on the tree is fucking crazy. I don't know if we would do viewers on that specific episode, last one. The episode where we're specifically, analyzing the reveal stream. We have talked about doing viewer call-in episodes before, but that would need to be in more of like a filler podcast scenario where we have nothing to talk about. And like we can actually like respond and talk to the viewers more in depth. But for an episode that's like post-reveal stream, I assume we're just like, there's not, like, it depends. If we're 3 hours in and Miso and Rabbit are like, and we're wrapping up, but it's like, let's bring in viewers and then extend this for an extra hour, like, sure. But for this episode, I think we're just going to have so much to talk about that I don't know if we'd have time for that week. But yeah, just in general, viewer questions, I am absolutely down for. And viewer call-ins on an episode one day. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm glad you love the podcast, Pineapple. It has become my, like, passionate outlet for this game. I look forward to it every week. Like, I'm okay. Like, it's weird to say that, like, I've abandoned my YouTube channel, but in a sense that I have. I don't upload commentary or, like, perspective videos anymore because of the podcast. Like, I just, like, if there's anything I want to talk about, because I'm the one that makes the show notes, I just put it on the podcast. Like, if there's any topic I want to talk about, I don't want to, like, for some reason, I don't want to talk about it alone. I want to go talk about it and then get Miso and Rabbit's thoughts on it. So, like, I love the pod. I mean, spelling anything in the game without crit is really hard. Even most attack builds end up, using crit. Like, crit's just so fucking good. But I do agree that, like, it's extra weird with certain spells, too, because, like, with most attack skills, you can get them a high enough crit chance base with the weapon base you're using, right? But with spell skills specifically, depending on the flavor of skill it is, they have different base crits. So, a lot of the skills, you just genuinely cannot scale with crit for spells unless you're using Blood Mage, or unless you're using Oracle. Because they have like a 5% base critical hit chance, and there's no way to scale that 5% base. So, spells are a little bit more awkward to crit for sure. A battle. You have a nice combination of personalities with me, Miso, and Rabbit. I mean, I agree. I think we got very lucky. Like, we're very different people that can communicate together. We bring in like different audiences, like completely different like vibes, but we also have very different play styles. None of us play the game the same at all. So that just leads to like this really fun trinity of people that worked out very well. And whenever, like, the origin of the podcast was, I used to do a Heroes of the Storm podcast, and I was wanting to do a podcast again. I just love this game too much, and I wanted to talk about it more frequently. And I reached out to three people, Try, Miso, and Rabbit. And when I reached out to Miso and Rabbit, the reason I reached out to them was because I just watched their stream all the time. They streamed while I was at work, and I loved their vibes. I didn't know like anything else besides that. I just thought they were cool dudes. But it got very lucky with Miso and Rabbit. I think I could not have attached myself to the hip of two better creators. And I'm being genuine with that. I think they are... I could not have picked two better people. And that was almost pure luck that they got... That we ended up being the trio. In a weird way. Sorry, I'll read questions after the fight. Or read chat after the fight. I need to upgrade my mana flask. Oh, I thought he phased. We're doing this, apparently. I mean, Rabbit is the pure sex appeal of the podcast. Like, the German accent, like, that's why he's there. He is there to get all of the gooners excited. All right.
This is not over. Not yet.
Act 2 complete. About 2.5 hours for Act 1 and Act 2. Obviously not fast, but for us yapping and having fun, I think that was a good clear speed. On to Act 2. That's our first Alk Orb of the campaign, by the way. I'm a bum. We're gonna Alk that. Didn't work. Dude, the mustache comments every week is hilarious. It's funny how, like, the mustache grew in very fast. And anybody who, like, quit at the beginning of the league and is coming back now is like, holy shit. Like, it came out of nowhere. It's so funny to... But every week on the podcast is just the funniest comments about the mustache. My first time ever trying to grow one, and, the podcast is definitely an ego boost.
Go on then. I'd like to know who I'm working for.
You're right.
Sorry, let me read skills. I believe a good way to rework spells and crit would be for GD to make scepter bases that work around spell modifiers, not strictly minion affixes. That's tough to do because of, like, you'd have to make a scepter base with, like, significantly lower spirit. Because, like, a lot of the power that you get from scepters is the fact that you're just getting 1 to 2 extra spirit gems. Like, even if you get no other power from it, adding on a single, like, cast on crit, like, it's a guaranteed 100 spirit, right? That alone is such a massive power spike for a build. A lot of the time. Like, spirit gems are very good in this game.
The beast has grown too powerful.
But that's what they would have to do. Like, if you were to add those modifiers to a scepter, you would have to, like, gut the spirit in half. You wouldn't be able to have a 100 spirit base with also, like, base crit on it for spells. But also, I feel like that's what focus are supposed to be, though. Like, you would just make that change the focus and not scepters. I feel like it would be really hard to add that balance to scepters. Like, you'd have to, like, completely gut the spirit on them. I feel like you would just do that, like, if you're wanting that to happen, it would be like, you would do it through focus, I think. Or staves, specifically. Because staves are in an awkward spot where, like, you're almost always wanting to use a wand with a focus or a scepter. Wand with a focus or a scepter. So if, like, staves themselves were, like, better at manipulating base stats... I just got puked on. I got bodied me. But I'm not a caster main, so, like, I don't pretend to, like, understand the caster problem enough to want to be able to try and solve it. I am very much a attack weapon archetype type of player, just in type of, like, theme. But mostly a melee player, so... But yeah, I mean, I definitely think they can modify the bases more. Like, we could use a lot more base archetypes, so if they tried changing that stuff up, I am all for that. What level am I? 30? Okay. So right now, we should path this way now. So when playing supporting fire tactician, it's a very weird build because the main skill you're wanting to use doesn't scale off of your weapon at all. It scales purely off of your stats, your strength and your dexterity, and minion stuff. So your beginning of the tree, you can't level with it at all. So you're obviously wanting to, like, prior, like, two-handed stuff for your crossbow. None of this really impacts supporting fire. This is when you start getting the supporting fire stuff. Minion damage, minion critical hit chance here. These two things are okay. You don't really care about minion crit hit chance at all with this build, but this is a little extra damage. You really start playing supporting fire when you can get all of these nodes here, as well as growing swarm. When you have all of this cooldown recovery stuff and the command skill stuff, combined with growing swarm and then biting 2 and biting 3, Your cooldown recovery is enough to where you can spam the skill more. When do you take these passives out of the two-handed stuff and go full supporting fire? It's usually when you can do muster. Muster is a support gem that allows you to... It gives you 7% more minion damage. More is multiplicative, so it's a lot more damage. It's not additive. And then you can get like 4 to 5 minions down. So it's usually around Act 4 when you have a lot more spirit and can do a scepter. If you can get a rattling scepter with minion skills, a rattling scepter gives you skeletal warriors for muster. And then you use the rest of the spirit you have on little knick-knack minions. I mean, you can definitely do minions from level 1. I fucking hate minion builds, though. You can absolutely do minions from level 1, though, but I personally hate minion builds, so... I also just think that this style, it would be faster on a league start than pure minion leveling. You don't have the best minion nodes at the start of the tree for Tactician. You definitely can just, like, beeline it straight over here for minion stuff. But if you're talking, like, a smooth... it won't be as smooth as this start. I'm trying to make this for, like, a good league starter. But Oscrix has a very good minion build that's like using minions well with this archetype. Mine's more like a stat stacker variant. But his was like a really cool minion version. And like Oscrix is just a minion expert, so... If you wanted to play a minion variant, I would play his version for sure. Hey, what's up, Legendary L7? How you doing, bro? Listen, supporting fire doesn't count as a minion skill. It's a one-button brain-off skill. How could something be delayed if it was never announced? Well, they did announce it. They announced it in many different ways. They very specifically, first of all, they very specifically said in an announcement to the Chinese audience that the announcement stream was coming at the end of April, and that we will get the patch at the beginning of May. So that one has already been delayed. And then they also specifically said that every 4 months we would be getting a league. This one is being delayed to almost 6 months. So they never specifically gave a date, but they gave enough, like, frameworks for when the league should have been that you can say it was delayed. Like, they straight up, like, they are way off on the 4-month schedule. We're pushing almost 6 months. Not like, well, we're like 4.5 months. No, it's pushing almost 6 months of the league. And they very specifically announced to the Chinese audience that we were getting the league at the beginning of May. Now, I'm not bothered by it being delayed. I'm not bothered by, like, I'm not upset, but, you know, it was delayed. Even in Kelly's announcing the knowledge that it is a delay. Oh, I didn't even realize she... Okay, well, even GDG says it was a delay, but yes. We are very much expecting it to be playable, like... If you go back to our original expectations, we were expecting it to be playable, like, next week. Like, in the timelines from a few months ago, so... Yeah, it needs more time to cook, and that is fine with me. That is fine with me. I am not that upset about it. I mean, I'm not upset about it at all. I am not upset about it at all. The only thing I'm upset about is I have to go play Diablo 4 for a week. But outside of that, I think when it comes to, when we get to May, the end of May, early June, none of us are going to be caring about the delay anymore. The patch is just going to be killer. It's going to be an S tier patch. Oh no, I got stunned. Sprint stun. I really want them to remove sprint from dodge roll. That is my biggest request for patch 0.5 at this point. Is please give us a way to remove sprint from dodge roll. Exactly. I would absolutely... I mean, I would take a delay over what we got for Fate of the Vow. Like, when we were going into Fate of the Vow, I was one of the people that kept saying, I hope they delay Fate of the Vow. Miso was, in fact, the only one on the podcast that was like, no, they are absolutely releasing this league in December. They don't care what comes with it. And he was right. I have always been pro delays, personally. As long as they have the early access tag on the game, I am okay with them delaying it as long as they feel it needs to be delayed. Once we leave early access, I think they really need to commit to a schedule, a very proper league cadence. But until then, they should just do what they think is best. But I think I think they could have released this with like some problems, this patch 0.5 with some problems, if they hadn't overhyped it as much as they had. They've been hyping it as this big endgame rework. There's some like, there's a lot of hype and expectations around this patch. I think if those expectations weren't there, they could have just released another like nothing burger league. But because everyone's like frothing at the mouth for this league, I'm not super shocked they delayed it, I guess. I mean, yeah, the communication from GGG is really bad. I'm personally, like, I brought it up on the podcast yesterday. The other guys, like, they weren't hyped about the introduction of Kelly and, like, them trying to get their communication better. Like, they were all like, oh, yeah, it's cool she's hired, but, you know, I don't think it's going to change anything. I genuinely think it's going to change stuff. I think they have recognized that they have very bad communication, and they are going to be actively working towards fixing that. But I could be coping. I could just be giga coping. Obviously, like, I am not saying, and anyone thinks, like, that they will they are going to make expectations and fail to meet them at some times. I honestly, like, I just completely disagree with Miso on that take, that what they do is bad. Like, I think, I don't see a problem with it. Like, you don't understand the world you're asking to live in by having them say, if you're saying, Mark and Jonathan, you can never overhype the game again because there is always going to be risk that some of what you say won't come in time and you'll have to delay. Like, that is working in any form of, like, project like this. Like, some things are just going to get cut despite you saying it's not going to be in there. So, like, to be able to be like, you can just never ever say again anything that doesn't happen, then what you're asking straight up is for GGG to never hype up their games and what's coming outside of these fucking big announcement streams. Like, and I genuinely don't think any of what Mark has or Jonathan has lied to us about is that big of a deal. Like, him saying we wanted the endgame update a patch earlier, and then, like, oh, we had to delay it a patch. Like, in the grand scheme of video game lies, that is such a minor lie. Like, you being upset over the idea that, like, we're gonna do this big endgame update and we're announcing it for 0.4. Aw, shucks, we couldn't get it done in time, we're delaying it to 0.5. In the grand scheme of lies that a company can tell you, that is such a small, like, thing to lie about. Like, oh, damn, they were off by one patch. How could they do... Like, I'm okay with them doing that. If they're excited about their product, like, I don't look at that and go, ugh, I would much rather a world where they didn't tell us anything and we just had always right expectation. Like, I genuinely disagree with that entire sentiment. Like, I cannot think of a single lie GGG has told that I look at and go, wow, they are fucking assholes for misleading us. Like, even the 4-month cycle, I do not have a problem with them. When Jonathan and Mark said they were going to commit to a 4-month cycle and cut content over dates, in that moment, I genuinely believe they thought they were doing that, and I think they still want to commit to doing that. But for this specific patch, they realize that the development of it is not finished and they want to delay it. Like, I don't look at that and go, ugh, you have to stop doing this. Like, I understand how it happened because, like, I'm a person that understands working on a project like this and that you want it to be as good as humanly possible. And it's not there for them yet. So... like, I don't understand like, it is genuinely not that big of a... Their communication is not that bad. Their communication is not that bad. It isn't that bad to where, like, I'm going to riot and say they have to completely, like, stop telling these lies. Like, what lies? They didn't lie. They were wrong. They were wrong in their estimations of how they could operate as a company. But, like... it's a very black and white way to look at it. Like, they have to stop telling lies. They have to stop misleading us. Like, that is such a horribly black and white way of looking at it. And it does not apply to this situation as strongly as that argument makes it out to be. Yes, they have misled the community, if you want to use that phrasing. But misleading and lying, to me, if you're telling a lie, in the moment, I know I am deceiving you. If I'm misleading you, right? If I'm like, guys, I will stream tomorrow, and in my head, I know I'm streaming in 2 days, not tomorrow. Like, that is a lie. None of what they did was them trying to mislead or lie to the community. Like, they are overhyped about their game, and they believed they were going to commit to those expectations. So, I just completely disagree with that whole sentiment. That, like, if you want them to stop doing that, that means they're going to stop communicating with us, period. Because there's no way to predict that. Like, I almost guarantee you that GGG believed the 4-month cycle when they said it. So, like, when you tell GGG in retrospect, you can't say stuff like that, how do you process that internally? If I'm Jonathan Rogers and I hear, I can't say stuff like that, when at the time I believed it, you're just telling them never say anything again. You're just telling them to never say anything again. And I agree that Kelly's not going to be able to fix that, because that's just Jonathan, like... That's just... literally what... They wouldn't have said that stuff if they didn't believe it. So if Kelly was like, hey, when do we think the patch is coming out? Jonathan would have said, we're committed to the 4-month cycle, and then Kelly would have said that, right? Like... I genuinely don't look at anything... Like, I don't know. Maybe someone can point out something they've lied about recently that, like, I can look at and go, they were deceptive, they were doing that in malice, they were, like, this is causing harm to the company. Like, I genuinely don't think anything they've said is that at all, personally. Like, lying about an endgame, this is what, like, if this was the situation, I would understand why Miso or anyone that, like, thinks this way is, like, absolutely 100% valid in their feelings, is if GGG is like, we're doing an endgame rework, and then we later find out that they scrapped the endgame rework and are no longer working on it and haven't told us anything. Like, that is a lie. But saying you're working on an endgame rework and it's going to be in patch 0.4 and then realizing it's not ready for that and delaying, like, to me, that's not lying. That's just operating a fucking business. Like, you know how many fucking products get delayed and stuff all the fucking time, in clothing, in other video games, like, and to say that the community is, the developers are misleading is like, I just feel like that's a stretch. Just misleading, lying, like, I feel like that's just a little bit of a stretch. The way some people and Miso talk about it, they talk about these lies, this misleading, as if it's a bad thing that needs to stop. And that's not the case. That is not the case. Like, Miso's argument is GGG needs to just stop saying shit like this. But if you're to ask them to do that, they're just not going to be able to communicate with us outside of those big month, like every 4-month League launches. Like, I don't know, it genuinely is not a lie, in my opinion. It's not misleading. It was just, at worst, bad project managing, but... yeah, I don't know. I guess my point is, I would rather them mislead us at times than the alternative. I am okay with GGG being a little bit over-hyped about their project than as opposed to them being reserved about what they tell us. And the world that we're asking for when we tell them that they can't do this stuff, and like it's ruining the perception of GGG. When you say stuff like that, you are pushing GGG to a world where they communicate less, not more. And what we want is better communication. But I think you just have to assume that every once in a while GGG is gonna overpromise. I don't know, I'd rather them overpromise. But I also agree with Rabbit. Like, I really disagree with the phrase overpromise, underdeliver. Because if you want to, like, wrap it up in a vacuum that tight, yes, they overpromise, underdeliver, but nothing GGG does is underdelivering in my head. Like, yeah, I think that's the way I feel about it, Black Shepherd. That's the way I think it should be phrased. Like, they didn't break any promises. They were just off on their timing. Like, now there are things they have been, like, I don't know. Everything we're upset about is just the scheduling stuff. Like, I get why an early access game that is this complicated gets delays. And for some reason, that doesn't bother me in the slightest. I don't know why. Maybe I'm the weird wrong one here. I very likely could be. Like I said, I have said many times that I am a GGG simp at this point. But when I look at the lies that Blizzard has told consistently across all of their games, from patch to patch, like, the worst lie GGG has told me is not even, like... maybe I'm just a victim of too many past relationships. But I don't look at anything that GGG has lied about recently and think, oh, okay. I think anyone that says that, Sour, is, like, underestimating how complicated this game is to make while in early access. Like, I know the philosophy behind how they want to work, where they release the leagues every 4 months, is very important, but, like, this game is, like... It's not just an early access game, it is arguably one of the biggest early access games on the planet. It has, like, these expectations set aside for it. Like, if whatever they had to cut to... If the patch was supposed to release right now, right? It was supposed to release today with the 0.5, right? It would not meet the expectations we were hoping it would. And committing to that 4-month philosophy would not make this feel better for us. Like, if GGG feels it needs to be delayed, I trust them. I don't know. I mean, we know the complexity. Like, we don't have to work at Path of... you do not need to be a game developer working on Grinding Gear games to understand how complex Path of Exile 2 is as a project. Like, of all the games being made right now, Path of Exile 2 is in, like, the top 2% of complexity in terms of, like, just math, of, like, all of the systems being, like, wired together, the spaghetti code going on. Like, I can't even begin to process how frustrating some of the bugs they run into is. Like, and the fact that it's an early access is why I give them that benefit of a doubt, where it's like, I completely agree from this point forward, they should never set expectations like this again until they are absolutely committed to that 4-month schedule. I think at this point, they should just... Jonathan should never say something like that again. But it doesn't bother me. I don't know why. Like, to me, this getting delayed did not bother me in the slightest. I am not offended. I don't feel that they've lied to me. I don't know why. I just... There's something not... there's something about it that is... There's so much... like, to me, I would be pissed. I would be more pissed if we got the patch today and there was cut content. Like, if we didn't get the endgame rework again, or the patch dropped without a new class. I would be more annoyed at that than waiting 1 month to make sure the endgame and swords were both in the game. And I think that can go back to the lack of communication. GGG has not told us why the patch is delayed. They did not say a word about why the patch is delayed. To us, we're all just speculating as to what could go wrong. If GGG was like, we could have released the patch on April 28th, but we would have had to cut either swords or this very important endgame feature, I think everybody would be completely fine with the delay if they had communicated it in that way. I assume in my head, if, like, they were telling us why it got delayed, and was, like, specifically, like, swords would be cut right now. You would not get swords in this patch if we didn't delay it, and we really want this patch to launch with swords. Maybe that's what needs the change. Because I'm also going off a bunch of assumptions right now. Like, a lot of the reasons why I'm not upset is because I'm assuming it got delayed for something monumental like that. Like, if it doesn't get delayed by 5 weeks, because in 5 weeks of development time, that is a fucking insane amount of shit you can do in that time. But, like, also, I just, like, I don't know. I just have full trust in GGG is where I'm at. Like, if they think it needs to be delayed, again, I'm a weird cringe simp. If they say it's not ready, I trust them. That's where my head's at. So, Fishy, one thing to note about the early endgame is, they rushed, the current endgame we're playing was rushed together in a few months. The original early access was supposed to launch with acts 1 through 6 and no endgame at all. And then they realized that was going to be, like, really bad for a long-term testing environment, and they threw this endgame together super fast. Like, I remember in one of the interviews, they said it was, like, over a couple months that they made this version of the endgame, and it was rushed. They didn't want us to have this specific endgame. It was just what was made for us to have an endgame. So, we've known since 1.0.1 that the game was going to, That's the wrong approach to development? I don't think so. Not for a game like this. Because there's multiple facets to development. Like, we're all early access beta testers that are balancing, like, skills, class interactions, campaign playthroughs and stuff. Like, just because some of the game is being reworked and not, like, completely polished, doesn't mean that there wasn't anything that couldn't be tested in that environment. Over the last 5 months, yes, they're reworking the endgame, but they've learned a lot about what the base of the endgame needs, and they've also designed and balanced, like, many other aspects of the game. Like, one thing they learned from 0.1 and 0.2 was that the top end of the difficulty was way too hard. We used to have tier 4 bosses that scaled up to 40 million life, and the average build can't handle that. That's why they removed tier 4 bosses and everything's balancing around the tier 3 bosses now. Like, there's like 1,000 examples like that they have been able to get good, very valuable testing from. That translates to the eventual endgame rework.
Not yet.
What do you mean you can't even fix the bugs? Like, there's so many bugs that have been fixed since 0.1. Like, I don't know when the last time you've played Fishy. Maybe you haven't played since 0.1 and 0.2, but, like, the game is wildly different right now, and it's only been a year of development. Like, there's so many, like, yeah, there's some bugs that have still been in the game since 0.1, but, like, a lot of bugs have been fixed, and, like, none of them are game-breaking bugs that are still in the game. I mean, what you're complaining about, I have a problem with in regards to the fact that they don't do any mid-league patches. Like, I've always complained the fact that GDD doesn't do, like, 0.4.1, 0.4.2, 0.4.3 to address these balance problems and bugs more frequently. But, I think that's a completely different conversation, personally. Patch frequency. But I think... I mean, this game is wildly different since 0.1 in terms of both balance and design. And I wouldn't say, like, there's nothing I can think of from 0.1. Like, maybe I'm wrong. Someone can maybe point me out in the chat. But where has the game gotten worse? Is there a single point of, like, contact in this game where I look at it and go, the game is significantly worse because of this direction they are going with the game? And personally, the game's only gotten better. For me.
That's nice.
Get some gold so we can gamba before long. That might be a good belt.
Do not wander.
Leagues function completely different in PoE than Diablo. I think that is a bad comparison. League mechanics in PoE 2, while the league itself is temporary, the league mechanic is future. Like, it is core to the game. A league mechanic isn't just adding, like, this fun little snapshot that disappears the next league. It is adding core features and stuff to the game. Like, I completely disagree with the argument that early access doesn't need leagues. It absolutely needed the leagues. Because, like, the leagues themselves, they aren't, like... The leagues are just seasons, but the league mechanics are very important. And this game is missing a lot of them from PoE 1. Like, this game would have absolutely dog shit to do in it if we didn't have league mechanics, like... We are doing, what am I looking for? Ultimatum. Did I not get it? I don't think I got it. Did we not find it? We didn't. Okay, we gotta find the ultimatum entrance. Well, GGG has been trying to get the game out of early access for a long time now. GGG wanted the game out of early access last year, so, like, I feel like they agree with you. Like, I don't know. I don't care what they call it, early access or full game. Like, that doesn't change anything with what I'm experiencing right now. But I think GGG specifically only wanted to be in early access for a year. So they are actively trying to get it out. But I also, like, I mean, I have always, like, had a debate about whether the early access tag is a thing or not. Like, dudes, they sell fucking cosmetics. Like, what early access game out there are you charging, like, league boxes for and stuff? Like, and, you know. But that, to me, doesn't, like, change anything about, like, the development of it. Like, every patch are just trying to make it a better game. I think you're just focusing on, like, I think you just have, like, a mental, like, block with the word league or something. Like, seasonal resets are important for, like, the people who are balance testing. Like, the season matters to us, not to GGG, because that's what the players play for. They get a lot of their testing just from a mass amount of players playing their game all at once. The leagues are important to us to come back. GGG has said that players have consistently not come back to leagues that don't have mechanics. So the leagues are to get us back. It ain't for them. They specifically want to get all the content to as fast as possible, but I think you very much underestimate how many people come back for the league, the fresh economy. Like, that is, like, that's why they do that. I mean, you literally missed the first part of what I just said, Fishy. They need all of these players to play the game because this game is so complicated to test. They have 20 Q&A people internally with 1,000 different builds and hundreds of interactions. They need us to play test these things for them. That's why, like, yes, for them to make this game, they need us to play this game. Yes, I'm asked that is the answer to the question. For this game to be made, they need this many players playing the seasons. Absolutely. At this point in the game, I 100% believe with that statement is they need us to help them finish developing the core of the game. Yes, absolutely. They are not capable. If you take this as shit talk, sure, it's not shit talk. This is just the reality of it. They need us to help them finish the game. They would not be able to finish Path of Exile 2 internally without thousands and thousands of players playing it. Full-heartedly believe that, 100%. This game requires a symbiotic relationship with a lot of players to make it as good as possible. And I think, so again, I have complained on the podcast more than anyone about the lack of patches this game gets. I think they treat it like a fully released product more than an early access unfinished product. I think they should patch the game more. But League specifically, a majority of the player base isn't trying to be a beta tester for them. They're just wanting to play the game for a week and have fun and quit. And that 1 week of play is very important to GGG as a development team. But I understand what you're saying, Fishy. I am saying I think you're wrong. I think you have a wrong thought process for how this game should be developed. No game, and I work in game development. Since I've released 2 early access games, both of those games have been massively changed since we launched into early access based off of feedback from our players. Like, you're saying no, like, it's developers first? You are wrong in thinking that. Players first. Your players are first always. Always the players first. You have to think about that they want more than anything. They're your target audience. Your developers have to do work, and if you don't think the GGG developers have done work on PoE 2 already, that's crazy. PoE 2 is arguably one of the best ARPGs already, and it's not even done. It's missing that core you're talking about, at least to me. But I think absolutely the players are needed to finish even, like, bad games, let alone a game this complicated that's trying to achieve what it does. Like, it can't just be the developers. They would require a QA team that is... They would require... It would, like, you're never going to get Dead Rabbit to work at a company like GGG, right? Like, how are you going to get all of the Dead Rabbits out there working at your company? There's just some testing you're never going to get until the players get it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so that's fine, Fishy, then. So that is fine. I agree we are on different sides. And it is okay for us to disagree on this take, for sure. There's no wrong way to make games. There's no wrong or right way to make games, and, you know, I could be very wrong, too. I also like to preface all of these conversations with, I am autistic, so sometimes I get myself a little bit more emotionally riled up than I actually feel. I'm not, like, if I'm coming off more heated than I am, I'm not. I love Fishy. I love talking to him, and I love debating him about stuff like this. And I also am very emotionally biased to grinding gear games in PoE 2. It's, like, my favorite game of all time probably already, so there's some bias behind what I say as well. And I also do want to preface this by, I did reference the fact that I work in game development. I've only worked in game development for 3 years, and it's all been like, I own my own studio, I make, like, really bad indie games on no budget, so don't take any, like, serious weight. It's not like I've worked at a AAA studio before and know anything about how GGG functions at all. I just, like, I do work in the industry, and I've, been to, like, conferences and stuff. Like, I've talked to people, so I do have some perspective, but it's not, like, the perspective of someone who has worked at a company like Grinding Gear Games. So. I actually have no idea how many QA people they have, but a lot of the problems this game has right now only get solved by QA, and I just have no idea how big their QA team is, to be honest. Like, their QA team could be fucking, like, 100 people, or it could be, like, 20. I am not sure. Yeah, go ahead, Fishy. Oops, I forgot to put these down. How do you scale supporting fire damage? It is a minion skill, so you get plus minion skills. It is a minion, so you get plus minion skills when you can. I got a helmet with +1 minion skills. Anything that's minion related increases its damage, so you want to get, like, a lot of these nodes over here. But also, it scales off of strength. Minions from this skill gain 1% increased damage per 1 strength, so you strength stack. That's why I have 146 strength so far. Actually curious about how big their QA team is too. I would assume it's not very big. From my understanding, with their split team, I would not, like, they're definitely not a Blizzard tier company. Like, I used to be very involved in Blizzard esports. I've been to the Blizzard campus like 3 or 4 times now. The Blizzard campus, like, they literally call it a campus because it's as big as a fucking university. They have multiple buildings where you have to do, like, sometimes 15 to 10-minute walks to get to the next building. Like, they have entire teams working in these buildings. Like, I can almost guarantee GGG is not that big. Well, I just think you're using, well, if that's how you're looking at it, like, I think you're just using bad phrasing with developers first. Like, all of those indie studios that you talk about, like whether it's Vampire Survivors, whether it's like Valheim, whatever one, those people, they are solo developers, but they are putting their players first. Like Vampire Survivors, for instance, it was not an overnight success that released and was instantly good. Vampire Survivors was in early access for many months. It had been on Steam for a long time and went through very many balance patches and and content updates before it got big and popped off. What about Stardew wasn't made for, like, the average gamer? Like, what do you... Stardew is the exact game that was made for players first, like... That guy made, like, one of the most casual-friendly, ease of access, like, beloved games out there. Of course he was thinking about the players. Like, you think he selfishly made that game only thinking about himself? No, he was thinking about the people that want that kind of game, like... I think we have very different definitions of what player first versus developer first means, because... A developer's first studio is like Call of Duty, where they, like, have a team of people who work on a game and then they fire them and get a brand new team to work on the second game. Like, that's like publisher first, like, those people don't care about the product they're making, but I wouldn't equate that to both GGG or most indie developers. Alright. So this is the worst part about supporting Fire Tactician is, like, all the ascendancy kind of stucks. Like, if we were armor EV stacking, which we're not right now, we could go this. You're basically forced... This does not work with supporting fire. This is why when I say Tactician is one ascendancy that might be due for a rework, is a lot of it doesn't work together. Like, none of this stuff here, the pin stuff, which would be really awesome for supporting fire, none of this works with supporting fire. None of this applies to minions. So, you can't go that. None of this applies to supporting fire. It's totem stuff. We're not playing a totem build. Solid plan. This is actually really good, and obviously what we're going to be taking. Gives us more spirit gems. But what's funny is, allies in your presence gain added attack damage equal to 25% of your main weapon. Supporting fire is never in your presence. So this never... ever works for supporting fire, no matter how, and if you max your presence radius, you will never ever be able to get it in range of supporting fire. So this never works with supporting fire, and this is for banners. This is for banners, which the banners don't buff supporting fire, so the only banner you would be using for this build are defensive banners to make yourself tanky. So of this entire tree, if you're specifically playing a supporting fire build, you can go a solid plan, and then you're basically, if you want to get value out of these points as much as possible, you're forced to play an armor EV build alongside of this. Which, because we're playing a minion build, you're in the ES section, you're most likely playing an ES build or armor ES build. So, you could use Staylight, use cover, and kind of pseudo armor stack, but it's not the best ascendancy, unfortunately. Unfortunately. I'm trying to figure out what you're defining it as, Fishy. I'm guessing you mean, like... There are very few games out there that, like, even Stardew and even Minecraft, they had testers that weren't the developers. They weren't just, like, played by one person. and then released to the wild for millions and millions to bug test for them. Like, those games weren't released in a perfect developed state by someone just sitting there for hours. Like, Dwarf Fortress 2 just came out recently. That was developed for 10 years by two brothers. Very good game, very popular, made them a lot of sales. During that entire 10-year process, they had plenty of people test those games. You were an alpha tester for Minecraft? Hell yeah, that's so cool. Oh, I do have the core. I don't know what I'm looking for. But I feel like those games can got by with a smaller testing pool than what GGG is trying to do because of just how simplistic those games are at their core. Like, I just don't think you would have been able to release PoE 2 in a state that is comparable to those games when they released without the amount of testers they have. Oh, I just saw myself. I'm curious how GGG feels about it, if they could have delayed their release a little bit more time to get the base game more polished. If they would have. But yeah, I don't know. I just look at what the game has, how the game has improved since 0.1. Like, I'm not talking about micro changes. Let's talk about two massive balance sweeps that completely changed Buildcraft. You have the ability to stack support gems across multiple skills. So, like, right now, I have multi-shot in both Explosive Grenade and Flash Grenade. In 0.1 and 2, you could not do that. You could only have flat multi-shot in one single skill. And that really limited Buildcraft. And then the other one was instant weapon swap. I feel like those two are just like... Those are such big core changes to the game's balance that when I look at those changes specifically, that is like, that shows its early access to me. Those fundamental design changes is like, okay, GGG, like, this game really is kind of unfinished, like, with a change that big. And there's other examples. But I look at that one, those two changes, and like think, okay, those were things, because even in 0.1, GGG was married to the idea of not stacking support gems, but the community bitched about it enough to get that one change. And I think if the game released now, like, let's say it was 1.0 with those changes, would the game have been good enough to call that 1.0? Probably. But I would absolutely say the game is significantly better now with those changes. Like, significantly better. So it's just, like, I see both sides of the argument, but, like, I think the game has improved so much that when you look at it what it was, you can be like, oh yeah, that was early access. Is it early access now? Like, this game is so good that I don't know if it, like, worked. Like, you could not call it early access. But what it was originally for that first 0.1 patch, that was definitely a beta. We could call it a beta for sure. Maybe not an early access, but 0.1 was definitely a beta test. That's for sure. But they've never, in my mind, they've almost never treated the game as if it's early access. They treat it like it's a finished product. They have always treated it like a finished product. That's where my frustration from GGD comes from. Early access games, they get patched every fucking day. Like, sometimes, like, 3 to 4 times a week, you'll see early access games getting patched. And this game does not get that treatment. They started to do that at the beginning of 0.1, but then a lot of the Reddit cries, lashed out, and yeah, I don't think they've done that since then. I honestly think beta tests and early access Well, so to me, alpha is pre-early access. Alpha is you don't want the public to see this. That's where again, I have no idea what the actual definition is, so I could be completely wrong on how this should be interpreted. But to me, alpha is pre-early access. It is something you're not ready to show the public. You're still in experimental mode. To me, I honestly think beta and early access is the exact same thing. It should be treated almost exactly the same. I think beta is for games that don't need a lot of testing to get off the ground, though. Betas are almost a vibe check, where early access is like, you need more time to test. I think betas can be used as bug tests, though. They're just much smaller scale games. I think the difference between a beta test and an early access is, I guess one's more unfinished. I would say beta's pre-release and early access is not pre-release. Oops. I'm yapping and I lost track of where I was in the quest. Let me think more about it in terms of how I've released my games. We have 3 games I have made. 2 of them are in early access and 1 of them is not in early access. For us, the deciding factor was, is the game finished or not, I guess. The game we released not in early access, we were done with it, and we did not expect to release any patches outside of it, outside of 1.0, except for maybe a bug or patch or 2. Whereas early access, our game is unfinished. For both of the games we released in early access, we released into early access because we needed player feedback to tell us what they liked and didn't like about the systems we made. It's very easy, as well as like other things. Like, it's very easy from a developer side of things. Like, when you know all of the code and the system, one of the biggest reasons we release into early access is when I release a game in the early access, the first patch is always like solving stuff that wasn't telegraphed by the game. There are things I know how the game works because I made the systems and I know the code, so I don't feel the need to like tell you how this system works, which might sound weird, but like I don't realize you need to be taught how to play the game this way. So like that's where a lot of my early access stuff comes onto for the launch, is like we launch into early access and there's just holes that we didn't expect. The reason sorry, let me rephrase actually. The reason we launch into early access is because we don't have a QA team at all and we don't have testers. That's why we release into early access. We need testers. It's literally just 2 of us, and only two people testing a game by themselves can only get so much done. What am I doing? Why did all my weapons turn off? I need more dex. So for us personally, if I'm answering us personally, we release into early access because we need testers to help finish the game. Like, we're essentially, you're paying the QA, as lame as that sounds. But for an indie team, I think that makes sense. Like, we're an indie team. We don't have QA. We can't afford to hire people. And for an unfinished game with no studio backing, like, I can't just be like, hey, guys, come play our free demo, because we've tried. We had a free demo for Card Collection Simulator, and not very many people were playing it. For some reason, it's just hard to get testers. I don't know why. It's way easier to get testers in an early access product. Holy shit, I super turned myself around. What am I doing? So if you look at it from that perspective, we needed a mass amount of testers. That's why we did it. GGG did need a mass amount of testers for their game. But they also could have definitely gotten a bunch of beta testers from PoE1 community. Like, they could have easily gotten thousands of people to do internal testing, closed beta testing, like, without question. I don't know why they specifically felt the need for early access. I do think they've gotten a lot of value out of it, for sure. Well, for us, Castle Warriors was supposed to be early access for a year. It's been in early access for 3 years because it's been kind of semi-abandoned. But for Card Collection Simulator, we released into early access with planning at most a year in early access. So I feel like if you're going to be in early access for, well, that it just depends though, Fishy, because like there are so many games that were in early. Here's a perfect example, actually. What are your thoughts? Oh, I didn't do enough decks or something. God damn it! I thought I went and changed my decks. I didn't change enough. What is your thoughts on Baldur's Gate 3? Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the, like, biggest game. Personally, I don't like Baldur's Gate 3. I prefer Divinity's playstyle. I hated what they did with the combat in Baldur's Gate 3, personally. I think 5th edition is an awful system for a video game. But, you can't deny its success and how popular it was. Baldur's Gate 3 was in early access for many years. For many years. And during its early access period, it only gave access to Act 1. So it was a much more shallow early access. Do you look at the early access of... How do you look at the early access of Baldur's Gate 3? Because they were arguably in early access for years, and it clearly worked for them absurdly well. Like, I don't think you can look at Baldur's Gate 3 and say, A, they lied to their community, and B, like, they wasted time in early access, because that game released and is, like, one of the biggest games of all time. Just to put a counter argument to the fact that it's been counter to a longer early access where the developers take time to cook. Baldur's Gate 3 is a good example of a long-cooked early access. I did not pay Cyberpunk 2077, no. But also, here's another example to give you the inverse of this situation. What about No Man's Sky? No Man's Sky was the reverse of what we're talking about. A game that was forced out way too early. The developers were begging for it to not be released. And that game, over its 10-year period, has improved significantly, right? That is a game that could have been... have you played recent No Man's Sky? It has changed so much since its launch. Launch of No Man's Sky was dog shit because it was clearly a game that should have been in early access. Early access should have been that game's journey for sure. And I think that game would have a much different narrative if it released into early access instead of forcing out this launch that people had much bigger expectations for in a much more finished product. So I don't know, I can think of multiple examples that it's like good for a longer, good examples of a long early access, Larian with Diablo or with Baldur's Gate 3, as well as examples of, like, you know, games that should have been in early access. I mean, I was like 10 years old when Diablo 2 launched. I played the Diablo 2 launch, but I only played solo and, like, I was a 10-year-old, so, like, I don't remember ever having problems with Diablo 2's launch. And I didn't start playing Battle.net until it was probably... I don't know if Lord of Destruction had come out, but I had been on Battle.net before Lord of Destruction. But it probably had gotten at least 1 or 2 patches. Did I get a... I'm like so autopilot. I don't know. I think it's muddied because I have a very different perspective on what PoE 2 is. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Fishy, but to me it seems like you are very unhappy with the state of Path of Exile 2 as a game and the state of its development, where I feel the exact opposite. I'm coming from a perspective where I think the game is good. I think the game is great. I think it's only gotten better from launch, so... Like, I have the perspective of someone who likes the game. Oh, fuckload. I don't think it is bad. I don't think it's, like, so... I think it's just two clashing ideals because we both have different perspectives of what the current state of the game is. I don't think we actually disagree with much of what, like, each other's philosophies. That's crazy to me. I think Grinding Gear games are one of the few examples of a developer in this industry that's not dog shit. As someone who's worked in the industry and then, like, been fans of so many games competitively, like, following their esports and stuff, Grinding Gear games is, like, top 3 easily. I think I would rather interact with, no, I mean from the people behind it. Like, I fucking can't stand Blizzard. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I compare everyone to Blizzard. Maybe it's because I compare everyone to Blizzard. I have, like, again, my perspective is a bit skewed. I have never wanted to work for a game development company in my life. The reason I got into game development is because I'm sure a lot of you guys can relate to this, but to me it became clear as we got to games that were more degenerable, like where you can degen them and play them for thousands and thousands or hundreds of hours, right? It became clear to me that a lot of the developers out there who were making games now were not degens. The best way I can explain this is, like, have you ever played a video game where for the first 10 hours, this one system, System A, is very fun. And then you have System B that gets introduced at hour 5, and it's also very fun. And for 5 to 10 hours, these systems start to intertwine, and for those first 5 to 10 hours, everything's fine. But then you get to the 30-hour point, or the 40-hour point, or the 100-hour point, and the systems stop working well together. It becomes clear nobody has played the game this long, and then one of the systems ends up overshining mathematically, or in terms of quality of life, ease of play. A lot of the systems start phasing out, and the end game looks very different because nobody has played and tested or described or designed the end game. That became a very big trend to me in, like, the year 2000 to 2020, where it was just very clear no developer was a degenerate of the game they were making. They were fans of the genre, and they were like, all right, I want to make my version of this game. But they're like dad gamers who play 2 hours of video games on the weekend with their wife. Like, they're not actual degenerates. That's why I got into game development, because it was just very clear that games were starting to be made by suits. They weren't being made by, like, they weren't, like, very few games were being tested past the 20 to 50 hour mark. And I'm talking about, like, AAA games. Like, you know, the people at the top of Call of Duty, the people at the top of Blizzard and stuff for that rough period for Blizzard, those guys were there for the money. They weren't there to make good games anymore. And they stopped caring about the game past. They make a game that's good on a surface level, but when it comes to somebody who's, like, banging your head against it for hundreds of hours, no one was making games for us, for people like us. That's why I got into game development, and that's why, like, a lot of people, and that's why indie games have been blowing up lately. It's like a lot of people had that feeling. It's like, you clearly don't understand the genre you're making, or you don't, like, have the time to make it as good as it can be. Grinding Gear games, again, I am a biased simp, so this comes from a perspective of bias. Of all of the AAA big studios out there, Grinding Gear Games is the only studio I look at, and I would like to work at their company just for a few years to learn from them. Because I genuinely think they are, like, of the big studios out there, the only one I look at and go, yeah, these guys actually care about the product they're making. Now, there's more. If you want to count Larian as a big studio now, they're the other example at this point. Though I do think 5th edition was just a bonehead fucking decision. It made the game more normie approachable, because 5th edition is just such an easy-ass system to understand, but it is not a good system for a game. Divinity Original Sin 2 system is so much better for combat. But, GGG's not perfect. They answer to the mighty thumb of Tencent as well. But of all of the big companies out there, GGG's the one that I would love to work at of the modern companies. Whenever I started getting involved in esports with Blizzard in like 2010, like I used to be like, oh man, I would love to work at Blizzard. Within my first year of working at Blizzard esports, because when you work on the esports scene and like you're going to all the events and stuff, you start meeting employees. Almost immediately, I was like disillusioned by what Blizzard was. Like even back in like 2011. Like I remember after working my first esport event, I was like, oh yeah, like I was talking to like some of the tournament organizers and stuff, and like some of the developers that were there. And this was like in 2011. Back before, like, they had Giga popped off, like, you know, like, the heights of their esports. Like, right when their esports was starting to take off. Like, I remember all the employees at Blizzard were, like, making $30,000 a year in California, in the most expensive part of California, and every single one of them was, like, starving. Every Blizzard employee lived in the same house. There was, like, 5 to 6 Blizzard employees in every house, like... Even back then, like almost immediately when I started meeting Blizzard employees, I was like, wow, they do not treat their company well. They do not treat their employees well. So I got disillusioned by, and that was like my dream company then. Like, I mean, I'm sure everyone who's a Blizzard gamer in their life has thought of one point, like, wouldn't it be cool to work at Blizzard Entertainment? Like, I, of course, was like one of those guys, like, hard, and... That bubble was burst the moment I met Blizzard employees and they told me what it was like to work there. And that was before the huge, like, tit milk Activision takeover stuff, like... They had a very... I don't know if you've read any of the stories or read any of the books about old Blizzard, but they had a old motto where it was like... They used to literally tell your employees, you want, like, it's okay to be making less money and stuff because you want to work at Blizzard. Like, it's cool to work at Blizzard. It's good for your resume. Like, you're sacrificing now because working at Blizzard is cool. Like, that was they were all brainwashed into, like, being underpaid. Because of just the allure that those games had. Sorry. We bring up Blizzard, and I can't help but, like, point out how awful they are as a company. We all used to have that Blizzard twinkle in our eyes. But yeah. I don't know. I'm not trying to say any, like, because Miso is very upset about the lies and the misinformation and, like, whatever you want to call it from GGG. I get there's a lot of people that feel that way. So I don't want to make you guys feel like I'm not hearing you. What is Miso upset about? If you watch the first 30 minutes of the podcast, he was, I want to say, I don't know if he's upset. He's passionate about, essentially just GGG lying about the timelines all the time. Like, every patch, Jonathan says something about the patch that doesn't come true. Whether that's the 4-month cycle, whether that's it launching at the end of April, whether that's the endgame upgrade in 0.4. Like, his entire rant was, like, he would rather GGG say nothing than say, like, to have these moments where they mislead this. Where... Me, Rabbit, and DM are of the opposite thought, where it was, we'd rather there be wrong communication at times than no communication, but it's a very nuanced discussion. You said to give the short version. It's a lot more nuanced than that, of that conversation, but that's essentially what the TLDR of the topic was. Pretty much crazy. Pretty much exactly that. You're an artist. We want the art, but we will pay you an exposure. So when I first got started in esports, that is how we used to get, like, that's how we got brainwashed into working esports. Literally, my very first event I worked that I would, like, travel to, like, MLG Dallas or something for. They would pay for your trip and cover your hotel, but they wouldn't pay you for the event. And what they would say is, esports is grassroots, and we're building something here. So we can't pay you now, but you will be paid later eventually when esports is massive. Like, that's how they used to get us to do shit for free back in the day when, like, I'm talking like early, like 2009 MLGs with like Halo and StarCraft and stuff. Like, back then it was like, you gotta work for free because we're building something here. What you don't understand is, in 2 years, we're all gonna be swimming in those esports dollars. Why'd you unfollow everyone playing PoE 1? You just don't like the game? I have dramatically pruned my creator list that I follow, but I just... It was to prevent myself from getting rage baited by, you know, a lot of the toxicity, you know? You have a mastered hatred against PoE 1? I mean, there are a lot of people that do. You're not alone in thinking that. I have hatred of things like evolving PoE 1, but not PoE 1 itself. I have a mastered hatred of the discussion of PoE 1. I have a massive hatred of the discussion of PoE 1 because, like, you'll notice this happens on the podcast, right? Anytime we have a discussion about PoE 1, or excuse me, we compare PoE 1 to PoE 2, you'll notice Rabbit always does this. He'll always say something like, if we say anything in PoE 2 is better than PoE 1, Rabbit always feels the need to go, by the way, none of us are saying PoE 2 is a better game than PoE 1. PoE 1's the greatest ARPG of all time. It's #1. We just like this more. But Rabbit doesn't even play PoE 1 at all. He didn't play the last league. He didn't play the league before that. The only reason he says that is because the PoE 1 audience, if you at any point don't say their game is #1, there's a very large mass of them that come out. Exactly, he's scared. He's exactly that. It's those aspects of PoE 1 that I hate. Because you can't even have a discussion about it. Like, you can't even be like, for me personally, I like PoE 2 more without there just being this horrible, exhausting conversation. You can literally say PoE 1, like, PoE 2 is a 100, and PoE 2 is a 100, and PoE 1 is just slightly behind it. And they will take that meaning as, you think, because they think PoE 2 is a bad game, they think that you are saying PoE 1 is the worst game ever. And that's, like, not the case at all. It's not the case at all. But that's where I get exhausted talking about PoE 1, is it's like you're almost always at, like, this point where it's like, ugh, like, you have to hold back. Just, like, you can't be honest about how you feel anytime it's brought up. And that's the reason why I don't talk about PoE 1 much. I played the last PoE 1 league, but, like, just having discussions about it is always just, like, this weird... And no other game is like that. When we talk about Diablo 4, no one pulls their punches with Diablo 4. In fact, when we talk about Diablo 4, people punch extra hard. They don't pull punches. They're taking extra swings for the sake of taking extra swings. It's very exhausting. It's very exhausting. Hey, Rabbit, we were just talking about you. I heard you swept, dude. I woke up late. I joined the stream at the end of the third race, or like for the start of the third race. But good job, dude. No, we were talking about how we were talking about how on the podcast that anytime we talk about PoE 1 and, like, in relation to PoE 2, there's always this moment where, like, you'll sometimes, it's sometimes you, sometimes me, it's sometimes me, so, but one of us will be like, By the way, guys, we're not saying PoE 2 is better than PoE 1, but like anytime you compare PoE 1 and PoE 2, you have to do that like clarification that's like just to calm those people down. It may not be what we believe in the moment, but it's just to like to calm those people down. Because that's what we were just talking about. It's hard to talk about PoE 1 at all sometimes. Because you just don't want to... You can't say much without it being misinterpreted into, I hate this game, it's worse than Diablo 4 for some reason. Oh, it's okay. If I get clipped, that's fine. Hey, what's up, Erg? How you doing, man? I'm glad you joined the podcast. I really enjoyed yesterday's episode. I really enjoyed the episode. Man, it makes me sad that I don't get to stream in the morning, because I would have loved to, like, I want to race Miso and Rabbit, dude. Miso, Rabbit, and Alcohol raced this morning, and I want to get into racing with them, but, like, I would have to wake up at, like, 4 a.m. to hang out with them. And, like, I'm sure I could do that sometimes, but, like, not on a regular basis. That looked like so much fun, though. It makes me want to get into racing. Not even, like, the race competitively, I just want to race against my friends. Like, it would just be fun. Like, that was just fun to watch you guys do that. That's so funny, Rendar. Like, that is a good equate. Talking about PoE 1 is like talking about politics. It's very much... It has the same air to it, where it's like... You're better off not talking about it. That's too funny. And I like PoE. I played the last PoE 1 league, man. Alright, we're starting to get some cooldown recovery for supporting fire, so its clear is getting better. And we still have good single target from grenades, though we might need a new crossbow soon. This crossbow's done work, but I think we might need a new one soon. It's on the level of Rabbit loves having a campaign skip. I gotta find other things to add to the end of the podcast. I can't end every podcast with troll Rabbit about campaign skip. I gotta find other things to get, like, to say about Miso to get them to go troll him. Does it make you sad that I might be playing the D4 expansion, Fishy? The worst thing about the delay to this patch is I might be bored enough to play the D4 expansion. Did you play D4, Fishy? I can't remember if you were a D4 player. A positive you do that just for me at the end of the pod. I don't know why I did it at the end of the last podcast. Like, I probably need to get an actual script for my intro and outro, so I, like, have something to say, but I just randomly at the end of one podcast said, go ask Rabbit about the campaign skip, and then at the end of the following podcast, I just remembered I had said that, and I said it again. What are your thoughts on the state of D4, Fishy? When was the last time you played it? Because I haven't played it since Season 2, and I'm going to go in completely blind to this patch. Do I have Spirit Gems? I do. Maybe I do. I mean, it's either Herald of Ash or Wolfpack. We either go Wolfpack for later on, for whenever we go Muster, because we will use Muster with this build whenever we get Muster. Or, Wolfpack is like an extra meat shield for the campaign. Or I go Herald of Ash with extra clear, but Herald of Ash doesn't work with supporting fire, so it would only work with our grenades, which we're not really clearing with grenades much. So I'm just gonna go Wolfpack. Whatever. Oh, right, but Wolfpack doesn't work with my ascendancy passive. Funny. I forgot about that. I played it just before the release of Belial, I think, that D3 boss. I don't think I even played... I don't remember when I played. It's been a long enough time that I am excited to go in. I'm hoping Miso wants to level with me, because I don't want to level solo. I don't remember enough about it. But I'm going into this pretty blind. I am not expecting it to be even comparable to my Path of Exile experience, but I'm trying not to let, like, the D4 bad people make me go in with a horrible, like, expectations. Like, it's gotta be fun for at least a few days. But maybe it's not. Like, so part of me doesn't even want to go play Diablo 4. I want to keep doing campaign practice. I had fun. I had fun with my Act 1 clear I did today, and I want to get better at it now that Miso and Rabbit are speedrunning. So, like, I actually want to do some campaign runs. But a whole 5 weeks, guys? Why couldn't it have been delayed to the middle of May? Why couldn't it have been, like, end of, like, you know, why didn't it have to be, like, sooner? Act 1 speedrun is so nice. Yeah, I did my first one today. I wasn't doing the guy that dies build. I was doing, like, I was doing a tree for my supporting fire tactician, so I ended up, like, pathing over here first and then passing over here, so it wasn't the, like, ideal tree for it. But I did all the side quests, like, so I didn't skip, like, spirit gem and stuff, and I did it in 1 hour and 4 minutes. I want to get a full... Because I'm trying to emulate it how I would play if I league started the Tactician. But I want to get it down to under 1 hour for sure. But part of me doesn't want to just do a... Because, like, I know on League Start, if, like, let's say I'm doing the supporting fire tactician as League Starter, I'm not going to be doing a guy that dies build and then gold swapping to the supporting fire tactician. Because, like, new players don't want to follow that and then spend gold, right? So, like, I have to do a tree that's true to the build that I'm playing, while also trying to go fast, is what I'm wanting to do. But I've got the itch now. I've got the itch that I want to get faster at the campaign. And actually learn layouts. I've never had a drive to learn layouts, but that run I did today, I got lost twice, and I was like, okay, I'm pissed. I'm tilted that I'm getting lost. I want to... I want to actually learn these layouts now, so... Yeah, agreed. That's exactly the same mindset, Rabbit. I just want to improve my clear time with those techs. And I really want to get my Act 1 through 4 polished. Like, Act 1 through 4... Like, it's just not going anywhere. We can assume it's staying... Like, we know a lot of the campaign zones are getting updated, but getting those polished... will just, like, it's forever knowledge. I really suck at, layouts, though. I have a bad eye for them. Learning them naturally, so I gotta definitely... Ooh. I like that. Cold Lightning Res for my solo self-found character. Not bad. I forgot to go back to using Frost Bomb. Oh, I need more int for Frost Bomb, I think, now. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing I was noticing. Like, when I did the Act 1 speedrun on this character, and then I transitioned it to, because I'm trying to do, like, a league start test for solo self-found on this character, and I transitioned out of doing the speedrun into doing a normal league starter, and, like, the whole vibe of how you play the game is completely different when you're not speedrunning. Because when you're speedrunning, you're kind of like, okay, it's not like you're wasting currency, but when you're speedrunning, you want to use currency. Hey, Nightfishy, it was good talking to you, dude. Love you, dude. But yeah, it's just a complete, like, in the campaign when you're speedrunning, you're okay wasting exalts. You want to slam exalts in this stuff to make your weapons better. But in solo self-found, there's, like, plenty of times where it's like, I kind of want to save this for an even better weapon because I'm being a greedy solo self-found player. Oh, great. We gotta do a poison lady. We do not have the best deeps right now. I'm also really bad at checking vendors. I gotta get so much better at vendors. I need, like, a filter that tracks when I level up, that makes a noise when I level up to go do vendors. I want to try Thorns for the first time. What class and ascendancy should I go for? I would not play Thorns right now. It is way too expensive in the current league to play Thorns. All of the Thorns items are just grossly overpriced because they're... like, Runes of Tithing are over 50 divines each. I would recommend until 0.5. I will have a bunch of league start guides in the lead up to 0.5 for Thorns that you can follow. I would recommend 2 ascendancies you start as. You either start as Shaman or Titan. You could also start as Warbringer and then swap it to a Titan, but Shaman or Titan. And if Shaman doesn't get nerfs, I would recommend Shaman. But if you're thinking about, like, just logging in the Fate of the Vow and playing a Thorns build right now, I would not do that. I would highly recommend, like, you would have a bad time. You would have a very bad time if you did it right now. You would not get a full experience. Like, I could give you some Thorns gear if you're dead set on playing it now. I could give you, like, some budget Thorns sets so you can have a fun experience, but the Runes of Tithing right now are, like, 60 divines or something per, and you need, like, many of them across your journey. While leveling, like, every time you replace the gear, it becomes a whole thing, so... And those are normally, like, 4 exalts on League launch. They're, like, super cheap, so... I think Shaman needs a nerf, personally. Like, as someone who enjoys playing Thorns. Sorry, oh, Yeti, I'll give you a love soon. I'll give you love soon. I think Shaman needs to be nerfed for Thorns. Shaman is so good for Thorns with the current Runes of Tithing that if you were wanting to play Thorns seriously, you would always play Shaman. Like, Shaman is S+ tier for Thorns, and Titan is, like, maybe A+, S-. Like, Shaman is a full tier ahead. Maybe even 2 tiers, to be honest. Like, the current state of Shaman is so good for Thorns that the only way an Ascendancy would be competitive is if, like, Gladiator gave you Crown of the Pale King as an Ascendancy passive. Like, it would have to be something that big. Shaman gives you... First of all, Shaman is just defensively a good Ascendancy, and then you get 120 free Spirit. So just those 2 things, flat baseline, are overpowered as fuck. 120 free Spirit is good for basically any Ascendancy, and then Adaptation is one of the best defensive layers. We're talking about an Ascendancy that is take damage to deal damage. So you want something that can be defensive. So just ignoring what it does for Thorns, it's already one of the best Ascendancies for Thorns. But then you give in the fact that it's bonded runes. Every time you have a Rune of Tithing in your gear, it's 15% increased Thorns damage. When you can have 8 to 10 of them. It's just so much flat Thorns damage on top of the fact that it's already the best Ascendancy for Thorns. Without that, you'll never play anything Thorns that's not Shaman. Like, it's... I want it, like, as sad as it is to be like, this is so good for Thorns, I want it nerfed for Thorns because it'll easily be the de facto Thorns Ascendancy going forward. I'm yapping too much for what this fight is, to not be trying to optimize my DPS and survivability. We're about to die, for sure. I don't think I've upgraded my flask in a minute, either. I just interrupted my, my supporting fire, too. Who needs Flask? Just lock in. Just lock in. I've played enough Thorns that I like... When you play Thorns, I know Thorns is like, you just stand there to deal damage, but with Thorns, you can never be tanky enough to take every hit. You are always on the verge of death with Thorns. It's like this weird line where it's like, you're never tanky enough for everything. So, you end up learning all of the boss fights very well, because you have to use Raise Shield to block hits that will one-shot you. When you block an attack, by the way, you still do Thorns damage. So, raising Shield will negate the damage while still reflecting Thorns damage. So, you very quickly, like, start to learn which attacks you can and can't take. And then you'll start shield blocking them, or just avoiding them straight up. Now, when you get Thorns completely min-max, like, there are versions that are semi-unkillable, but I have never gotten a Thorns build to be truly unkillable where it can face tank everything. Like, it's just... too hard. I might not be League starting Thorns, by the way. Like, right now, I am planning to not League start Thorns. I'll do League start guides for Thorns, but... I think I'm going Coaling Strike Witch Hunter. Whether we get swords or axes, I want to play Coaling Strike on a Witch Hunter, and I want to use it with one of those skills. So if there's Cyclone, I want to do like Coaling Strike Cyclone. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm doing another Coaling Strike build, but with whatever the new weapon is on a Witch Hunter. I'll definitely be using a new weapon. I'll definitely be using one of the new weapons, but I'm leaning Witch Hunter and not Thorns. Exactly. Again, I have a love-hate relationship with Thorns. I think it is bad for this game, from just a pure design perspective. I think Thorns does not fit in this game. It makes no sense. You have a game with attacks that are designed to one-shot players, that the player is now trying to live. And that playstyle depends on it. So, my concern is that, like, if you're balancing around Thorns being viable, you're gonna make the game not good. And as long as people like me and Blade and, like, the Thorns Discord are, like, pushing Thorns to where it can one-shot Uber Arbiter, GGG has to balance around Thorns. GGG has to balance around it. So they're either going to be continuously nerfing Thorns or adjusting content around Thorns. And that's bad design. And if you look at the game from that narrow mindset, Thorns should not be in this game. And a good portion of me genuinely feels that way. If GGG one day removed Thorns as a viable playstyle, I probably would not throw a fit. Because I get it. I think it is really... for what this game's trying to be. You have bosses with these red slams that are supposed to, like... You are not supposed to want to take those hits. Why does this style exist? Like that's a fair point of discussion. From a very autistic, narrow way of looking at things. I have the worst inventory management, I swear. I am so bad at this game. I am so bad at this game. I have not gotten the heart yet. And so that is the oh, of course, last one. I wanted to give people more of a shout out in that video, and I wanted to do more with the video, but it was just such a weird build. I might make a second follow-up video about it, but yeah, you deserve a shout-out for sure. You deserved a bigger shout-out, honestly. I should disenchant this stuff. Do I not have regals? I need to start disenchanting more. Oh, I have my third socket. Oh my god, I forgot. Level 36, you get your third socket for supporting fire. I haven't had a third gem in supporting fire. We can do concentrated area. Right now, we don't have the best options at this tier. We get our better options at tier 4. So we can go for magnified area, gives us a bigger clear, or we can go for concentrated area for more damage. Since we're using grenades still for single target, I'm gonna go with magnified area just to get us a little bit better AoE. I don't think it's going to be a DPS upgrade. No, it's not. Not without more stats on it. I guess this is why I need to be doing Temple. I've been avoiding Temple this run. God, I fucking hate Temple, man. I mean, yeah, you can use Big Shock, of course. I mean, using Shock to scale a lot of builds. Like, in general, it's not like... that should be what you're trying to do in most builds, right? Is using Shock to scale a skill. You can definitely do that. I had a Shock set up. Eventually we use a Voltaic Mark inside of Pounce for Shock. So, yeah. Like a Gigabig, you wouldn't be able to do like a massive investment into Shock, like overscaling with like 70+% without sacrificing too much damage, but getting some at least Shock, yes, of course. But this build ends up being pretty high on investment in terms of passives, because like literally it only scales off the minion tag. We're trying to get the heart. We don't have the heart, so I'm running around killing shit. Oops. I was in those chaos explosions. So, like, we're just very, like, we're pretty pigeonholed in how we scale it. And also, for me specifically, I always like to lean towards builds that are more defensive. If you were to do the high shock roll version, you would need to give up a lot of defensives, which you very easily could with this build. It's not like this build requires you taking damage, right? Like, it's got such a large radius. You can be on the edge of the fight. You can play, like, you know, the glass cannon style with this. I always try and make my builds tanky, though. So, to me, it's... I almost prioritize defenses over offenses, weirdly enough. I think that's backwards for most people. They get something to where they can one-shot a boss first, and then they try and go backwards from there for defenses. I almost prio defenses first. I never at any point like to be rippy. And I like to almost always be more tanky. An Orb and Annulment this early in the campaign, holy shit. Yeah, I almost try to be tankier than I should be. A, just because like that's the playstyle I prefer, but B, as a build creator, I don't know how good the player I'm making the guide for is. And a lot of them can't dodge shit. There are a lot of people who can't dodge roll in this game. And they have to be able to take some hits. So I try and always make sure it can survive a reasonable amount of one-shots. You like building Kanky too? Yeah, 8K East is pretty good. What's funny to me is, like, I hate the argument around ES, because a lot of people are consistently like, ES builds are an anomaly because they're like always at 20,000 to 40,000 ES. It's like, no. Energy shield builds rarely reach out 20 to 40,000. Most of them are at 8 to 10,000 and unkillable at that. That's the problem. Hey, later, Yeti. Cheers, dude. Love you. You got your heart. My problem is, like, energy shield at 8,000 is unkillable at times. Like, 8,000 energy shield, I feel really good about. But it's easy for energy shields to reach, like, 20,000. How is that okay? We made it, boys. We made it to the life stacking discussion. We are here. We can end the stream now because we are about to talk about life stacking getting buffs. Once again, in Path of Exile 2. Get life stacking on the treaty. Make it happen in a meaningful way. Ooh, that's gross rolls. We get a fucking good crossbow, and it has just dog-ass rolls. And also, like, look at my level, by the way. I am not over-leveling. Like, at this point, I am not hanging out to clear rares at all. I'm level 41 right now, and that's all because of just, like, dropping a supporting fire and just running off. Like, I'll leave rares up, I'll leave a lot of enemies up, but supporting fire is just consistently, like, just clearing enough enemies that you are, like, I would probably be, like, 36 or 37 right now. Maybe 38. But I'm 41, almost 42 before Doriani. Current ES record is 67,000. 67! Sorry. I'm really bad at using pounce. I need to pounce more, guys. Y'all need to start shit-talking me for whenever I go too long without pouncing. Get me in the habit of pouncing. Alright, Doriani. The demon of Outsuatl is finally come forth. Rough fight for grenades. He is a squirrely turd. Oof. I just wasted my supporting fire cooldown. If you cast it, there's like a half-second cast time, and if you dodge roll, you can animation cancel it, and it'll put it on cooldown. Unfortunately. All the love for Yeti. I will succeed. Oh, I forgot to get frickin' Frostbomb back on my bar. Butt lasers. Yep, the supporting fire getting canceled was always a big problem for me with this build too. Whether it's dodge rolling or getting hit. Another butt laser. Nice. Okay, definitely not a good clear time. 4 hours and 20 minutes for Act 3. We got speedrunners doing Act 4 in an hour and less time. We didn't do a traditional build, though, and we stopped and yapped a lot. That was a good run, though. We want to get that better. If we can get our Act 3 for like 3.5 hours with this setup, I'll be happy. I'll be a lot happier. I mentioned what else they could do with Thorns. I mean, it's very untouched. And every patch, Thorns has gotten significant additions to it. New uniques, new buffs and stuff, so they're clearly not done with it. I think it's a fantastic archetype. I just think it is It is more of a... It's just in a really gray area right now. It's in a really interesting gray area.
We can leave whenever you're ready. Just let me know.
Alright, I'm gonna end the stream there, guys. That was a fun little, this is where everyone's hiding. I'm sorry you got here as I'm leading raid. Nice little 4.5 hour stream, though. We got a little bit of campaign practicing on the new build. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I will hopefully be live tomorrow. If not, I will definitely be live next week. I will be playing the Diablo 4 expansion. I know a lot of you guys don't want to watch that. It'll be a short playthrough. We'll be back into PvE2 ASAP, but I think I'll be alive tomorrow. I'm really vibing with the campaign speedrun practicing, so tomorrow I'll probably be live doing another run through of the campaign or something. I might be live earlier so I can hang out with Rabbit or something. We'll see. But yeah, I am going to send you guys over to a build creator. His name is Circus Circle Games. He is a build maker that we have featured on the podcast twice. We showed his build yesterday. He was also the guy who did the Hammer of the Gods build that Miso showcased, and yeah, he's a good build maker. He's Japanese, but he does speak English. Yeah, let's just send him some love. And he's only got 2 viewers right now. He's been streaming for 6 hours. So great build maker. I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you haven't watched the podcast with DM, check it out. Bye, guys. 10 seconds, and then I can raid. I'm really bad at raiding. I always forget you have to click the raid and then say goodbye. Almost there.